Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Welcome. Okay, frames seem to have stabilized. Dropped a handful more there. Now they seem good. Reset a couple during the opening, but that will get cut off the VOD. Alright, but today Artemis landing, so there's the guys there. Let me unpause and unmute.
Out in the recovery zone off the coast of San Diego is a go forecast from our meteorologists here at the Spaceflight Meteorology
Alright, so we
Group
got
at the
that
Johnson Space
going.
Center. And
We'll get music in the
the
background.
USS John Murtha is my colleague from the Kennedy Space Center, Megan Cruz.
Awesome. So I can pull that full screen whenever there's something interesting happening, but they'll be landing in a little over an hour.
Welcome to the bow of the USS John Murtha. This is where we will report out live updates from the ship as NASA and the U.S. military work to recover our Artemis II.
Alright, and now into the game.
An hour and a half. How exciting.
Multiple thing, multitasking here.
We are just west of San Diego.
Ultimate.
We're actually staged about 6.5 miles away from where we expect Orion to splash down. And then we will incrementally move closer. So at the time of splashdown, we'll be about 5 miles away, and then we will move to 3.2 miles away. At that point, we'll pause, make sure that all the debris that might be coming down with Orion, because basically some parts of like the parachute system, they're jettisoned off Orion during descent. So we'll just want to make sure that those all land in the water and that we are safe to move even closer. So
awesome.
we will
burning all that fresh data, yep.
we will move to a mile away from Orion, and at that point,
all right.
The ship will circle the capsule while NASA and Navy recovery forces work to
so boom, we have a new base. Farming is still done in here because I don't have a source of carbon dioxide, so I guess that's what we should solve today. So I need a tank.
We have available to you. We also will have some views from above. We actually have 5 planes providing live views of Splashdown today. In fact,
all the helicopters. We have a way to get down to a mining. Start mining down there. Bang bang, Captain Failure. 67 months. Thank you so much. 45 minutes till atmosphere. Nice. Bang. And the hype. Thank you. That's gonna unsub because of the 6-7 thing. Alright, alright, so I have the regular thing there. Electro, pipe, and tools.
But listening to the loops this morning and everything that's been going on, the reentry trajectory correction burn, or sorry, the return trajectory correction burn.
That camera needs an ND filter. When the background sky blows out like that, like you need a neutral density filter on the lens to cut down the exposure. Yeah, but we need carbon dioxide, so we need to start capturing what we get out of the furnace, and then cooling it down and then pumping it in here.
A couple minutes before splashdown, things start happening really fast. Some events during the re-entry, they're maybe a second or two apart, and so it just takes a whole lot of effort and a lot of updates back and forth between us and Houston to try to keep track of everything that's happening.
We got lights over here, but we'll need lights in that section. That can wait. Alright, so I want a large insulated tank. So we need silicon for that. Oh yeah, because I had on pause. Yes. Let me burp. I'll run it. And run it up. Let me go ahead and up the quality. Hopefully. And then let me double speed it.
When they emerge from the blackout period, and at that point, we'll be just minutes away from splashdown. So with all of those preparations ongoing, we can return here briefly for another report from the USS John P. Murtha and Megan Cruz. Megan?
YouTube.
And we'll regain that communication with the USS John P. Murtha just momentarily. In the meantime...
So 2x speed will get it up right up to whatever the latest.
Team here in Houston, led by entry flight director Rick Henfley.
Yeah, that's pixelization, and then I have another button to go full screen on it.
To the crew and receiving their reports as they enter the Earth's atmosphere for their
Pixelization is their feed, not mine.
for splashdown off the coast of San Diego. Now we have the ship back with us and Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha. Megan?
11 to learn, right?
Oop, she didn't hear a cue.
Hey Rob, yeah, the excitement is really building here on the ship. I'm watching right now one of the weather balloons being lofted up from the ship. Again, weather balloons very important for us to make sure that we are tracking the right kind of
there
weather,
we go.
And also the data that's needed for what's called our Sasquatch team. Again, it's a team out of NASA that basically makes sure that the debris that comes off of Orion against
let's make a big tank for the exhaust of the furnace. That way we can make sure we can capture a whole bunch of stuff. So we need to double 2 kits.
He's the commanding officer of the John P. Murtha naval ship. Thank you so much for being here. There are so many moving parts that you have to keep an eye on.
That's absolutely right, yeah. But first of all, on behalf of...
yeah, exactly.
Megan, thanks for having me on.
Plus, they may not be oriented quite right for best antenna.
Yeah, absolutely. Why don't we
I
actually
need
take
more
a look at the
silicon.
flight deck here? We'll start there. Basically, we also, while watching this weather balloon float away, we notice all 4 helicopters leave the flight deck. We now have an empty flight deck.
Oh yes, yes. If you haven't gotten your badge yet, go get it. You can get it up to the 27th, but NASA may not have a stream up to then, other than this one. But you have to do it for an hour. Ooh, that's... No, I think they're going to keep the stream live. Because I think the crew will have to go through their whole process, and then they'll probably have a press conference. Oh, just 15 minutes? Yeah, it was an hour, but yeah, they might have dumped it, lowered it down just to encourage people. Alright. 3 tanks, whoops. One too many, but... Oh yeah, I should make a filter. Oh yeah, we also want our toolkit in the right place.
I mean, since 1959 with Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, the history between NASA and the Navy has been in lockstep.
I also have this one, so let's get it out. I can close it.
Over the past 4 or 5 years, really, this ship over the past year, we've constantly trained and working for this moment right here.
Then I need to move the, or add stuff for getting oxygen, nitrogen. I need to put automation on the cooling.
Yeah, you had some great words this morning saying just
But
that again.
filter.
It's really nice to see everybody working together and so excited. I mean,
So now we can do large
commanding
filters.
officer of this ship back in February. How does it personally feel for you to be a part of this historic moment today?
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, I'd say any opportunity to command any warship in the United States Navy is a tremendous honor, is a pinnacle of any naval officer's career.
That takes steel, Invar, and stellite.
Approaching, and I realized that Artemis was going to be in the window here. To say that I'm humbled and honored to be here is an understatement. What really just excites me is the opportunity to see this crew who has been training so hard over the past year plus, come together. It is what inspires me. Listening to NASA and the ownership and pride they take. They make my crew better. I think we're making NASA better together.
Yeah, exactly.
That synergy is something that,
Yeah,
that
like I said, they're going to take a slow approach.
in my career.
Yeah,
Alright, my first large filter. I think ever.
Thank you, Megan. Back here in Mission Control in Houston. We just had a quick view of the crew. We'll get that view back, and there they are again.
Actually,
Here
very.
in Mission Control, the entry team of flight controllers led by Rick Henfling and Jackie Mahaffey serving as the spacecraft communicator. We have just handed over.
Actually, we'll get another one because we're gonna need to filter out the carbon dioxide from the.
Communicated with the crew through.
So we'll get 3.
From the time of the translunar injection burn back on April 2nd.
Like scenery too much? Yeah.
Just handed
Alright,
over
that one's
the
for
tracking
me.
and data relay satellite system as we prepare for the crew
We'll
module
use up the
service module
mediums.
separation that will take place just 17 minutes from now. With the Earth looming in front of Integrity as it barrels back for a splashdown of the Pacific just 50 minutes from now, we're just 5,700 nautical miles from splashdown. Just one other.
Yeah, they. It's like. Yeah, they're coming in hot.
Profile to the Artemis II entry profile, and how that is serving as a extra layer of protection for Integrity's heat shield. The Artemis I entry had an entry range of some 3,178 nautical miles, a very long downtrack, and a very longer period of exposure to heat loads than we're experiencing tonight. It also had that skip entry profile that we discussed earlier, dipping into the Earth's atmosphere, then back out, then back in. It was about 20 minutes of exposure.
So I need atmospherics.
Com check on Teeters.
For the filter.
Loud and clear on Teeters.
We have you the same.
And there's one of the weather balloons being deployed from the USS John P. Murtha.
It's just a weather balloon.
So the Artemis I entry had the vehicle.
The update on GPS, we haven't seen a track in yet.
I clicked back into the window and then undid my build. I should have taken off my suit.
Reed, we are watching. We are starting to get into the window where they may start acquiring, so should be within the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, a lot of stuff happening in this.
We're holding at step 17 and getting ready for CMRCS hot fire.
Alright, then I need a bunch of pipes. Yeah, it's like I was there for a little bit before.
Acquired data from the GPS system on board. That'll be
Alright.
a navigational tool that will basically tell
Power.
Integrity's computers that they're on track down the center line of the
Let me
corridor
go
for the entry
eat and
interface.
drink, and then, oh yeah, I probably
Splashdown
want
point.
some
Once
steel.
again, the Artemis I entry
frames.
exposed the heat shield for about 20 minutes of peak heating. For Artemis II, we're going to reach a downtrack distance of 1,701 nautical miles from the point of entry interface, with just 14 minutes of duration, and it's basically a different angle of attack, a little bit steeper angle of attack that will protect the heat shield from excessive heat loads. So that is the
Oh, the scroll in the NASA chat, yeah.
and Artemis II, all designed into this mission to gather data, to protect the heat shield, since the Artemis III mission and beyond will have a different designed heat shield that will allow that skip entry type of profile to be resumed for all of the future missions coming back from the south pole of the moon when we initiate lunar landings. So we've handed over to the tracking and data relay satellite system.
All right,
That's
so
where we'll have communications for the rest of the flight. Just to give you some time hacks here, we're 13.5 minutes away from crew module, service module separation.
Okay, so
And
yeah,
just
2
17
frames I can
minutes away from
use.
the raise burn, that 19-second firing of the thrusters that will module separation. And just 17 minutes away from the raise burn, that 19-second firing of the thrusters that will basically be the final fine-tuning of the angle of attack for Integrity as it enters the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah. Yeah, I love how it's like so many people are doing it, but yeah, EJ has kind of captured
And
the
once again, a dueling box view of some of
position
assets,
as the person to go
that
to
are
for stuff
involved in
like this,
recovery
other than
operations today.
the official NASA channel.
The,
Integrity. Cabin configured.
Bill, yep,
Crew, suited
getting
for
ready
execution.
for Artemis 3 or Artemis 4
Houston, copy.
or 3. No,
That confirmation
yeah,
from
3 and
Wade
4.
Wiseman aboard Integrity, as you see the assets being deployed to the splashdown zone.
All right, so
At the
now
time
we
of
want
splashdown, we expect the John P. Murtha to be about 5 miles away
big
from
old tank.
Integrity, keeping a safe
Yep.
distance until we are
Wave them
sure
on
that
for
the
their
vehicle
flyby.
is in the water.
Hey
and
Gracie, welcome.
right, and that it is in a good
Ozzy,
configuration
hello.
system-wide for the recovery teams to begin to approach the vehicle to erect that inflatable raft.
2 minutes to CM RCS warm-up hot fire.
All right, now
That call
let's
from spacecraft
put
communicator Jackie Mahaffey indicating that we're 2 minutes away from a quick burst of the reaction control system. Thrusters.
I already want the
hot
big
fire test
big guy on this one.
prior to the separation of the crew module from the surface.
Oh, I think I need 5 for this.
The European service module has
That's right, we need
performed
5 for this.
flawlessly throughout this flight. Everything, all the burns that had been prescribed for that service
Or yeah, I'll
module
look it
have
up.
been executed on
Um,
time and without a problem. There is the European flight control room that has overseen the
5.
manufacturing, the design of the European service module. They deserve quite a bit of credit on this mission for
Oh, I won't want to reset anyway. Let's get in here.
the integrity and its astronauts toward the moon, but also conducting the fine-tuning of its trajectory to bring it to this point where we are dead
Oh,
spot on down
pumpkins.
the middle of the corridor trajectory-wise to bring Integrity down for its splashdown in the Pacific just 44 minutes from now.
Pick up my suit for a bit. Visualization, that's something we want to see. Coming in over Australia. So, yeah, still pretty high over Australia. There's New Zealand. See, New Zealand does exist.
What you're looking at is a computer-generated visualization based on real-time telemetry from Integrity. Currently traveling about 16,000 miles an hour.
Just a bit fast. Yeah, if you haven't seen those photos, let me get the link from
Integrity traveling about 16,000
my Discord.
miles an hour.
I posted there a couple days ago. When they started downloading the pictures from the
Copy that.
cameras they were using,
Now just about 5,100 miles from Earth. Splashdown
those
scheduled
were
43 minutes from
amazing.
now. We're just 9.5 minutes away from the crew module service module separation.
I did that. Sure, cool stuff. Yeah, there's the gallery. There we go. Yeah, it's like some views of the moon. That's like,
We, are
even with all the satellites and
Integrity, we are
Apollo
checking
missions and
details, but
stuff.
So far, looks like a good hot fire.
Looks good on board, Jackie. Thank you.
Oh yeah,
And
seeing the
Jackie Mahaffey
flashes.
took the words out of my mouth. I was just about to say that we had a good hot fire test of the thrusters in advance of the crew module service module separation that's coming up just 8.5 minutes from now. This
Right.
will begin the period in which we will have rapid fire succession of critical activities on board that will lead to entry interface just 28 minutes from now, where the vehicle will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet.
The
Time of
pumpkins.
entry
Okay, we
interface, 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time.
got the pumpkins, not the seeds yet. The full realism overall. Mikhail, hello, welcome. Or-
Integrity's astronauts were awakened at mid-morning to begin their entry preparations.
Yeah, escape. Yeah, it's like
And propulsion officer now reports a good hot fire test.
being able to get to the moon is like 90% of being able to get almost anywhere else in the solar system. I didn't fully
We're
eat.
now inside 41 minutes until splashdown.
Integrity Houston, we have confirmed a good CMRCS hot fire, and although we are not seeing GPS acquired yet, you can skip the troubleshooting steps in 157 for now.
Yeah.
Integrity copies.
Yeah, so they're...
The
Yeah.
GPS discussion indicating that we will be acquiring navigational data for Integrity through the global positioning system equipment on board. We just don't have it yet, but we will.
Yeah, and it's not... That's probably one of the systems that's usually nice to have, but not necessary for... Because it's amazing how accurate their math and dead reckoning is for spacecraft.
Looking good on board.
Alright, suit is on. I need to go get 2 more tanks.
The guidance, navigation, and control officer here in Mission Control confirming that we have good lock on GPS data. We are on a communications link now through the tracking and data relay satellite system. Now following splashdown, we're going to lose that link and go to what's called a VLDR, a very low data rate communications link, so that we can talk to the crew inside Integrity as they are on the water.
Integrity, confirm we do see good GPS.
Okay, just have enough for 2 more.
GPS 1 is accepting in nav channels 1 and 2.
Oh no, I need more steel.
That GPS data is basically telling Integrity's onboard computers its position relative to the Earth, but its trajectory and its orientation according to flight dynamics, and the guidance, navigation, and control officer is spot on. We have now armed the pyros for the crew module service module separation coming up less than 5 minutes from now.
I thought I put more steel in there.
Just 10 seconds after
Oh, that was
entering
iron.
interface, we will see Integrity
Derp.
reaching its peak speed of 24,661.21 miles per hour. That will be just seconds before we begin a 6-minute blackout period.
Integrity Houston.
Yeah, that's the nerve-wracking part.
Good config for CMSM SEP and go for CM raise.
Houston, we see the same on board and copy. Go.
Yeah, exactly.
That CM raise referred to as the slight firing of 19 seconds by Integrity's thrusters with a change in velocity
All
of
right, now we can do it.
9.9 feet per second, a slight nudge of the aft end of the vehicle so that it's tilted a bit upward, providing the final angle
Is that a
of
live
attack
shot or is that a...
as the vehicle enters the Earth's atmosphere.
Okay, that's a live shot.
This being the mitigating factor that will reduce heat loads on the heat shield as we reach a point downrange from the start of entry interface, some 1,701 nautical miles to the splashdown site.
Yeah, when you're in low Earth orbit, you're already kind of... Just a slight change in your velocity will get you on a nice... but when you're coming in hot from like the moon, it's hard to get a longer path through the atmosphere to slow you down. You come in pretty hot and pretty steep.
Integrity Houston, for the 2 enabled prop cautions, what happened is while the thrusters were firing, multiple pressure sensors on each of the strings diverged a bit from each other. Those limits look to be set pretty tight. We think it could happen again when the thrusters fire in the future, so we are going to suppress those messages.
We concur with suppress, not inhibit. Thank you.
That exchange between Jackie Mahaffey, our Capcom
Yeah.
for tonight, and
So multiple sensors, yeah, they're all kind of like sensing slightly different from each other.
Or sensor data. All of Integrity systems are in good shape.
Yeah, I think we can stick around here. Let me go ahead for this firing here, because that's going to be pretty interesting. Let me go ahead and actually pause the game here.
Now, coming up on about
No 1 minute from going to bed.
module,
Yep.
service module
You,
separation.
now you're stuck for another 45 minutes or so. How you doing? Yeah, GoPro.
All quiet here in mission control as we enter the most critical phase of the
That's the thing, it's like the
completion
fact that the GoPros out there
preparatory activities
are
leading up
lasting, even though being
entering
subject
the Earth's
to
atmosphere just 21 minutes from now.
they're probably in little containers, but being subject to direct sunlight like that, they're still probably getting pretty warm.
Coming up on 1 minute. Mark 1 minute till crew module, service module separation.
So the GoPro's on the solar panel, which is part of the service module. So that will go away. So this will be their last outside shot of the capsule once it gets out of range. All wear ape suits, yeah. Like, we get in your Planet of the Ape suits. Yep. I wonder if they'll try to get any shots from it after separation. Well, long after separation. Like I said, they'll probably follow the capsule for a little bit. In fact, that little adjustment, I bet they're trying to see if they can pan. Oh, there we go.
And we have confirmation of crew module, service module separation. And a great view, albeit momentarily.
Houston, good step on board.
Houston copies and concurs.
The European service module now separated from Integrity. A job well done.
Integrity, no action for the 4 CDH cautions. Those are SM related, not applicable.
Integrity.
All the... Even though they're tiny particles from the exhaust, you know, the sun hitting them still
Integrity now
lights them up.
flying free on its own for the remaining 32 minutes of this mission. Next up, the raise burn, a 19-second firing of Integrity's thrusters.
Good GPS 2.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Integrity copies, good GPS 2.
Alright, 20 minutes.
Coming
For
up
that?
on the 2-minute mark until the raise burn.
Oh,
Again,
2 minutes
is
on
the
this.
final tweaking of
Yeah,
the
but now that we have
orientation
no more external
Integrity
pictures,
to put it in the right
definitely
angle,
voided the
fuel,
warranty, yep.
angle of attack that it will fly in during its entrance into the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface now just 18 minutes 25 seconds away. This is
Oh, the simulation doesn't
but driven
show
by
the
real-time telemetry.
separation.
This is the maneuvering of Integrity to the raise burn orientation.
It was still broadcasting, but yeah, I think
Just
it probably got
2,800
knocked
miles
off. It's probably spinning a little too much for them to track the capsule. Yeah, the model for the sim doesn't have two separate pieces. It's all one piece still. They forgot to forgot to make two separate models there.
Roger.
There's a really neat
And we have completed the maneuver to the raise burn orientation.
a thing where somebody
Away from the raise burn.
they wanted to see how what's it called, thermite burns. So they use the thermite to weld rails, train rails. So they took a little thermite thing, cut it in half, put double layer plexiglass in front, and then a GoPro watching the thermite burn, and they saw all the patterns of how the burning takes place. But just the infrared heat coming through the plexiglass started melting the GoPro. But it still kept shooting right up until until the thermite finally burst through the double plexiglass. The fact that those GoPros lasted for the 10 days of the mission, with all that extreme heat and cold.
Raise burn is underway. A 19-second firing of the thrusters, and we have a completion of the burn.
Some kind of simulation.
Integrity. Good. CM raise burn. Your flight path angle is within limits.
Integrity copies. Looks good on board, Jackie.
So the final maneuver is now complete. Our trajectory for a splashdown in the Pacific 29 minutes from now is set and will not be amended further. And we have the right angle of attack to mitigate any excessive heat loads on the vehicle during entry interface.
Integrity Houston, a heads up about comm coverage. When you perform the 180 roll, for the first minute or so in that attitude, we expect about a minute LOS.
Yeah, loss of signal.
We copy.
Trying to figure out what that one
So for those who are
picture
watching,
is.
the series of events coming up, we will
Just below the mission control center sign in the big screen.
45 seconds from now.
One to the left of the nav ball. I think that's the chase plane. I think that's a shot from the chase plane.
At an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling at
Oh
approximately
no.
34,800 feet per
Uh,
second. Range to touchdown or splashdown, 1,701 nautical miles. 24 seconds after entry interface, we will enter
Yeah, that's
a
the chase
6-minute
plane.
blackout period.
Testing their cameras, so they're shooting the ship now.
This is expected
It's
to
got a recovery ship.
Plasma around the vehicle. That's an ionization effect.
So that's gonna have some
To
great
the,
views.
collision, if you will, of the velocity of the spacecraft with the friction of the Earth's atmosphere. That 6-minute blackout is expected to begin at 6:53.
So
and
either
54
two different
seconds
cameras or
p.m.
two different
Central
chase
Time.
planes. Those two screens,
During that period of time,
right under the mission control
we will
sign.
reach our peak speed of
There's actually two more
21,661 miles per
monitors
hour.
below that.
That comes just short, based on unofficial data from the flight dynamics officer right now, will come just short of the velocity record set by Apollo 10 of 24,791 miles per hour in 1969. We expect peak heating on the vehicle at 6:54 and 52 seconds p.m. Central Time, a minute and 22 seconds into entry interface. At that point, we will be just 204,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at 33,000 feet per second.
So if they went straight down, yeah, 33,000 feet per second, so 200,000 feet. If they went straight down, they'd go from atmospheric interface to hit the ground in 6 seconds.
At which point we'll start deploying the series of parachutes to slow integrity down to an ultimate splashdown velocity of just 19
In fact,
miles
it's
an
like the,
hour.
it probably wouldn't even reach the ground. It'd probably do a, meteorite. It'd probably explode from. So yeah, 6 seconds to get from space to the ground if they went straight in. They're gonna take the slow approach and take like 20 minutes. 12 minutes, I think.
The parachute deployment sequence once again will come in several segments, but in rapid fire succession.
And we have a great view of the moon out window 2. Looks a little smaller than yesterday.
Guess we'll have to go back.
Yeah, 14 some minutes.
Reed Wiseman and Jackie Mahaffey exchanging discussion on a view of the moon that Integrity's astronauts are seeing in the final minutes of this mission that will be completed with splashdown just 25 minutes from now. 3 forward bay cover parachutes will be used to pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle. Then 2 drogue parachutes will be deployed to slow and stabilize the crew.
About 45 seconds by accident once, yeah.
Followed by 3 pilot parachutes that will lift and deploy the main parachutes from the forward bay. The final sequence will have 3 main parachutes deployed.
Yeah, I heard that.
These will be 116 feet in diameter. Each main parachute approximately 265 feet long when reefed. The parachutes will ultimately slow Integrity down from its peak speed of almost 33 times the speed of sound to a gentle 19 miles an hour as splashdown. The vehicle is now currently in a roll.
And then when it splashes down, it'll come down at a slight angle, which kind of helps it dig into the water rather than belly flop. So it'll, less impact on the astronauts. Yeah. Just. Hey, animal. Welcome.
Integrity is on a trajectory from southwest and northeast across the Pacific Ocean, descending at a rate of 15,000 feet per second.
Yeah, exactly. Needing to block the light more than they thought. Keep their eyes adjusted to the darkness.
Systems in excellent shape.
Oh, there's shot out the window. Yeah. See, the windows need to be clear enough for them to get those clear shots they're taking, but also thick enough for this part of the mission.
Orion in the EI roll 180 attitude.
Looks good on board, Jackie.
This view out of one of Integrity's windows.
Nice.
We had a call for 3 good barrows. Those are barometric pressure sensors that feed altitude and rate of descent information to Integrity's computers that will trigger the parachute deployment sequence. We are less than 9 minutes away from entry interface, 22 minutes from splashdown.
155,000, yep. EJ has 7.2 thousand. I think he peaked at like almost 14,000 earlier in the week.
You can see the
nice
reflection of one of the crew members in the window. Out in the Pacific, the weather
Okay, they didn't.
conditions
They
remain
thought they were
good.
going to lose contact, but they haven't
Just
so
a
far.
few clouds, some scattered clouds, winds at 10 knots.
Oh, is that the
Wave
moon?
heights incoming of Integrity's astronauts.
Because in just a regular camera like this, not zoomed in, I wouldn't doubt if that's the moon, or it might be a planet. Yeah, for the actual re-entry, they're definitely going to lose contact.
We see the same on board, Jackie.
They could see the moon from one of the windows before they did this roll.
Houston, purge is complete. Crew and vehicle are configured for entry.
Houston, copy Houston.
And we're in step 37, transferring nav speed to BFS.
Yeah.
And Houston, in instruction 509, we are not below 0.2.
There's kind of loss. Oh, a little bit of the Earth shine there.
Integrity, no action required.
Integrity.
Yep, still checking all the stats. Yeah, it's like one of those things, it's like, here's what we want, but what they want is so far in the
Now,
safety
6 minutes
zone.
away from entry interface, we will hit the first traces of Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling about 34,882 feet per second. Ranged splashdown at that point will be 1,701 nautical miles.
What was unique about the one private Dragon mission was, since they had a...
Once again, just a reminder, some 24 seconds after entry interface, we do expect to lose communications with the vehicle and the crew during a 6-minute blackout period.
Yeah, exactly.
When a plasma shield will
Right down
be
center is the moon.
around, the spacecraft due to the
Very good.
ionization,
And that's Wolf.
due to heating
Thanks for
effects.
confirming. Yeah, but yeah, this camera is wide angle, so the moon's very, very
Flight
tiny.
Dynamics has just confirmed we will have a blackout period of exactly 6 minutes in duration. And once again, that's due to the fact that a plasma buildup around the vehicle will prevent communications and data, so we will not be able to talk to the crew members at that time, nor will we receive data here in the flight control room.
Houston, everything is looking good on board. Just confirm no pre-EI downloads.
Dragon had a Starlink
Houston, concur.
pointed up, so it would
Period to
poke
begin at
through
6:53,
the
54 seconds
plasma
Central
interference
Time,
and
again,
could,
will last
you know, find at least
about
one
6 minutes
satellite
in duration.
to send data to. So they're actually the first one to be able to show live
We're 4 minutes
imagery
away from entry interface.
out, you know, shooting out the window of the plasma going by. That would be a good question. Oh, look at that shot. It's like... No, I'm talking about the Dragon mission with the private one where they did the spacewalk. But yeah, that's because they were able to point an antenna behind them, and there's enough Starlinks to find a couple.
This view from Integrity.
That's
as
such amazing.
It crosses from southwest to northeast across the Pacific Ocean, 3 minutes from entry interface. 16.5 minutes till splashdown.
Clouds are moving by pretty darn fast.
The USS John P. Murtha and the recovery team is on station and in position, as are the airborne imagery assets that we hope to receive imagery from.
Yeah, we saw that in the control center. We saw those two screens of the chase planes. Bye-bye, Moon. Good night, Moon.
All of Integrity's systems are in great shape. The crew is ready to...
they already passed New Zealand. They kind of came in over New Zealand and Australia. That was well before they hit the atmosphere.
And the weather at the splashdown site is go.
Oh, there goes the moon's about to go away. And there's an atmospheric river about to hit California. Drop us some more rain, probably. We get storms up through from Hawaii. Yeah,
Coming up on 1 minute until entry interface.
That is moving. Fortunately, that's usually pointed at Northern California, not Southern California, where they're landing. That's the question, is like if the weather wasn't right
1 minute until entry interface.
for entry, it's like what would be the alternatives?
20 seconds until the expected start of our 6-minute blackout.
Integrity, 1 minute to a 6-minute blackout.
Integrity.
Yeah, there's enough safety margin for all that. The bigger problem with coming down the storm would probably be the parachutes. You know, heavy winds would might prevent the parachutes from opening properly.
And we have crossed the threshold, now entering the Earth's
Plus, you know, I think the main
400,000 feet,
there we
traveling
go.
34,800 feet.
Little
per
attitude correction there. I saw a puff of plasma. Yep, a couple puffs of plasma. Man, look how fast now the clouds are moving.
13 minutes, 10 seconds.
Oh, there's the plasma. And about to lose. Fingers go up. There it goes. Fingers crossed, everybody.
And as
6
predicted,
minutes
we've
of
entered our
absolute
communications blackout.
nerves for everybody in that room right there.
This will be a 6-minute blackout period. No voice, no data from the crew.
Man, I want them to show the nav ball screen.
We're 30 seconds
'Cause we know
away
how
from
to
the
read that.
anticipated point of peak heating on the vehicle, where temperatures will rise to about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is the true test of our trajectory.
Oh wow, look at that. One of the chase planes.
And from
Oh, okay, so that's what those two bottom ones were. They're the ones further out looking up.
Of Integrity. So that pinpoint of light shows the vehicle as it enters the period of peak heating in the Earth's atmosphere, the first tug of gravity being felt by Integrity's astronauts since their launch back on April 1st.
Nope, lost it. That's what, yeah, that's the two. There's 4 screens just to the left of the nav ball. The top one is definitely close to the recovery ship because it took pictures of the recovery ship.
Time to splash down.
Second one is probably a little further out.
3 seconds.
The dark one is the one looking up right now. And the fourth one, we'll probably see that at some point too. That's probably the... And then the one to the left of the Mission Control Center, that look, yeah, that's from the ship itself.
The landing and support officer reports that the P3 has acquisition on integrity.
It's like, and there's some nervous pacing there. Nothing they can do right now.
3.5 minutes left in this blackout period. This is a visualization of the plasma buildup around the spacecraft and the repelling of that heat on Integrity's heat shield. Flight Dynamics reports that airborne assets in the vicinity of the splashdown zone do have a visual on Integrity. Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in our blackout period.
They're even simulating that top layer of
5
clouds.
minutes, 35 seconds.
Oh yeah, the camera tilted, yeah. Like, that moment to it, it's okay, we're... definitely landing now.
Airborne assets as part of the recovery team all have visuals on Integrity.
That deceleration.
And the WB-57 flying in the splashdown zone also has a visual. And the Navy helos also have visuals. We're still in the blackout period. Still do not have communications from the crew.
What would be interesting to know is when the max G force is. Nice dramatic music for right now from the Mountain Blade soundtrack. Oh yeah, momentarily, yeah, when the chutes deploy.
We're standing by for communications from the crew. We should be out of the blackout period less
Thank you.
from now.
Cool, 4Gs.
Now processing data from Integrity.
Okay, good. That's the sigh of relief right there. Okay, we're getting data. It's like that first signal is like...
Landing and support officer reports the small boats are en route to the splashdown target zone.
Nope. Wanted the shot, but it froze up. So yeah, that's the second chase plane. Oh yeah, the chase plane is having signal problems. There, yeah, there it is.
Passing through 150,000 feet, our trajectory is perfect.
And there's the infrared camera.
We're
Yep.
getting intermittent views of integrity. Still waiting to establish voice communication.
Yeah. So yeah, telemetry working. That's like, whew.
Integrity, Houston, comm check, post blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
Yes.
Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
Guidance looks good.
No action for the enabled internal camera controller fail.
Big cheers from the viewing room here in Mission Control as voice communication reestablished with Commander Reed Wiseman.
On flight radar,
For
nice.
America and a waiting world, Integrity is 5.5 minutes away from coming home. Passing 100,000 feet now.
So below the Kármán line.
Range to Splashdown 19 nautical miles.
Yeah. Yeah, the infrared camera must be right between two settings.
Integrity, impact to the camera controller fail is no cab 1 views of the chutes.
Integrity.
We're processing good data through the GPS system. A good view of Integrity. Time to Splashdown in 4.5 minutes.
Oh wow, look at that shot. Oh, that is amazing.
And a view of Integrity from the WB-57.
That plane,
50,000 feet.
that plane is a treasure. It's like falling in style.
The pyros are armed for forward bay cover jettison.
Holy moly. This is, yeah, as it passes, it's still 50,000 feet up. Oh, there go the drogues.
And there go the first series of parachutes. And we're on drogues.
And Houston, we're visual 2 drones out the window.
Yeah, and there's how it's hanging off center, so it kind of digs into the water
Next up,
We copy, we see them.
to
next up
minimize the
deployment of pilot
impact.
parachutes that will pull
But
the
holy
main
cow,
chutes
what a
out.
shot.
Time to splash down 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Now they're kind of wobbling around. Here's where the queasy stomach probably comes in.
Perfect descent rate according to flight dynamics.
Good rates on 2 drogues.
We see the same on board.
See, this is the view just that they're able to transmit. They're recording this in much higher quality. Okay, and
Passing
there's
through 10,000 feet. Still on drogues.
a lower chase plane. Because if you belly flopped, that would drop the drogues, and now the big.
Main chute deploy.
Oh,
We're at
one's
5,000 feet.
okay. There it goes. The one was having some issues.
Search and recovery beacon has been activated on Integrity.
There's the full open.
And we have 3 good main chutes.
Out the window.
Good 3 main chutes, good reefing, good descent rate.
Good rates, and we see 3 good-looking parachutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Integrity.
Yeah, somehow they were able to stage the chutes to open
Integrity capsule.
bit by bit.
This is a perfect descent for Integrity. Its crew sounding hail and hearty on board. Time to splashdown 1 minute 15 seconds.
Yeah, the infrared. It's like toasty.
Integrity about to complete a journey spanning 694,481 miles from its launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st, and a trip around the moon.
Oh yeah, the saturation. Hey, racing kid, welcome. Probably make sure they're purging the lines.
1,000 feet.
Yeah, because they want to get. They probably closed off the tanks, and then they're just activating burns to get everything out of the pipes. There would be that could leak the hydrazine.
Integrity splashdown, sending post-landing
Splash down. There we go.
Splashdown confirmed.
Sploosh.
Copy Splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete.
Nope.
Integrity astronauts back on Earth.
Rolling over one of the parachutes there. And the music change was just perfect too.
And the landing and support officer
Another nice
reports the
calm.
vehicle is stable 1. We still will be deploying the crew module uprighting system to maintain that orientation. A perfect bullseye splashdown for Integrity and its 4 astronauts. Yeah, I left the music on just because the problem with, it's like the NASA broadcast is public domain. The problem is when like news stations use some of the footage and then they upload their story to YouTube, and then everyone with that footage that they used gets copyright The
claimed.
unofficial splashdown time.
So having music might
7:07 and
confuse that a little
47
bit,
seconds
so
PM
it doesn't
Central
happen.
Time. We'll get that refined for you. That would put the end of the mission at a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 31 minutes, 35 seconds.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's like,
And we're configuring for very low data rate.
yeah, because now all the communication is basically line the
Once
sight
again,
radio.
splashdown occurring in the Pacific.
Oh, there's the
south-
drogues
southwest
still
of
falling
San
down.
Diego at 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m.
Integrity Houston, comm check on VLDR.
Houston, we have you loud and clear on VLDR. How else?
We have you the same. We'll meet you over in post-landing.
Perfect communications established.
A journey. We are stable 1, 4 green.
Oh, nice, nice.
crew members.
Houston copies all.
Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members. That is not their complexion. That is the fact that they're in great condition. That's what that means.
Yeah. Just in case anybody had.
Stable 1, upright, the crew module
Probably the worst part
system
was
being
when,
deployed,
right after the
5 airbags
parachutes,
being inflated,
the drogues were
helium to maintain the upright
deployed and it was
configuration
waggling
for the
around. That was
vehicle.
probably the worst time for
This
them.
was a textbook entry and a textbook touchdown for Integrity Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back
I'm doing
on
really
Earth
good. How you doing?
after a journey around the moon.
Okay, those balloons on top are just a just-in-case thing, in case it starts rolling over. Those will keep it upright, keep it from turning upside down. Or if it did turn upside down, they would turn it back up.
We continue
It's supposed to be 5.
monitor the functioning of the CMOOS system. The airbags are being inflated to maintain a stable 1 or upright configuration. And there's a good view from one of the naval helicopters hovering overhead. Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members, meaning they're all in excellent shape.
Yeah. Did you bring your passports?
Integrity Houston for SAR beacon and radio.
SAR beacon is in 406, and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on, however, the recovery team is not seeing the signal. Your SAR radio uses the same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio.
That's a good question, because yeah, it's like now they know about that.
We're also powering up the sat phone now.
Okay, there's the 5th one. 5th balloon. It might have inflated sequentially.
So Integrity is in great shape, and as the crew continues its post-splashdown timelined activities on board, Reed Wiseman once again reporting that all 4 crew members are in excellent shape.
And there's
we
the
have
beacon
5
lights,
inflated
flashing lights.
airbags to maintain an upright configuration, so that the recovery team can now begin a slow approach to the vehicle. Meanwhile, here in the flight control room, Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling is polling his team of flight controllers for the start of powering down the vehicle. After a thorough systems check, we have no toxic gases to be concerned about, so the recovery personnel can approach the vehicle, but not until we have powered down the spacecraft. That's expected to take a few more minutes.
Yeah, so that all those bursts, yeah, definitely purging the, like I said, the outer pipes. They wouldn't have tried to purge the actual tanks, because that'd be too much fuel to burn. But close off the tanks, and then just keep firing the igniter to get as much fuel out of the pipes and engines as possible. Yeah.
Back on Earth, following its historic flyby of the moon.
For being in the middle of the ocean, that's pretty
For all
calm.
intents and purposes, a textbook mission.
On 28 per hour rain on
You don't really see them rolling that much.
We copy.
Make a steak tomorrow, nice.
Indicating some trouble with the SARSAT phone on board, but that's not an issue. What is more important is that the vehicle is solid. No issues as we begin the power down of the vehicle to begin the recovery process.
Yeah, what I was thinking is it's like, you know, yeah, they had to do the 10-day forecast and make sure it was kind of clear, but if there had been storms, the solution probably would have been they would have had very easy to target widely different places in the Pacific, with just small burns fairly early on, to just go to a clear
Propulsion
space.
Officer here in Mission Control reports that we have saved the prop system on integrity.
Can you say again? That was very weak and broken.
Integrity, Houston did not call.
Copy that, Houston. It might have been on the SAR radio. Stand by.
All of the milestones
Yeah.
were
Little floaties,
executed
hero.
in perfect fashion. Integrity entering the Earth's atmosphere right on time, reaching its peak speed shortly after a blackout period began. We emerged from the blackout period, but the recovery imagery airborne assets were able to pick up Integrity's descent almost immediately through entry interface, tracking the vehicle all the way down. And finally, you saw the sequence of chute deployments. First, the forward bay cover being pulled off the top of the vehicle by a series of 3 parachutes.
No, they don't,
And,
because
the
they
drogue
didn't.
chutes, were
They didn't even go
deployed,
outside the
followed by the
capsule, so
3
they weren't
main
exposed to
chutes
anything.
that slowed the splashdown velocity of Integrity to just 19 miles an hour.
Yeah. It'll just be routine medical checkups. 2 crew okay, that's a... That's probably something they practice with a mock-up. Be pretty easy to kind of do a mock-up practice of that.
Integrity, Houston, with no joy on SAR and SAT phone, we'd like you to command an additional 15 minutes for a total of 30-minute power down delay.
Okay, so they're...
All right, Jackie, we have selected T/D+30. No joy on SAR radio or sat phone. And stand by, we have the master diver on SAR radio. Please hold comms.
Hey Lily, excuse me, hey Jackie, we just got the master diver on SAR.
Right, yeah, they don't... You know, that was just one of those abundance of caution. Hey, there's the first ship. So they're not going to get too close. They're going to...
Good view of one of the fast boats.
Integrity, Houston,
What they're probably going to do is
you are happy with your
take
comm with
pictures
master
of
diver,
where the
and
engines
go
are
back
and
to
see if
the
there's any
18-minute power
leakage.
down.
And also probably have sniffers, seeing if there's any...
Okay, stand by. Yeah, we'll confirm here in a second.
The crew on board Integrity coordinating with the flight control team in Houston here in Mission Control on the timing of the power
Oh, there's some
down
wave
vehicle,
wave action.
which will be the precursor to the recovery teams approaching the
Wow, that
spacecraft.
got
There are no
that got
issues, with
active really
Integrity.
fast.
We've had a bit
Oh,
of,
it's the wake from the boat did that, I
broken
bet.
capability in establishing a SARSAT or satellite phone communications capability between the crew on board Integrity and
Spectrograph,
the
yeah,
recovery
that'd be a
team.
good idea.
That will get sorted out here shortly.
But all of a sudden you see the capsule just whoosh.
There's
It's like,
plenty of
whoa.
cooling on board Integrity, so there's no rush to begin the power down.
To call you on the sat phone and I'm not getting an answer there either.
Concur, we haven't had anything come through.
And Houston, if you could relay to recovery that we hear them, but it does not appear as though they are hearing us.
Yeah.
Houston, copies.
3
and
boats
Lee,
out there
just to
now.
confirm, you are pushing the PTT on the radio.
Are you pushing the right button? Hey, you gotta do idiot checks like that sometimes.
So as we continue to sort out the communications
Like
between
we've all done it.
integrity and the recovery teams, we are standing by for the initiation of the power down procedures. That, as you see, the recovery teams are moving towards the side of the capsule. The next major event will be the erection of that large inflatable raft called the front porch. That will be the port of call for the crew as they're being extracted one by one from the vehicle.
Integrity Houston, for sat phone, we are going to attempt to call you.
Good idea, standing by.
And Jackie, yes.
Did you dial the right number?
Pushing the push to talk, the 2 buttons on the left side of the radio below the up-down arrows. We are utilizing them. I'm rebooting the radio to see if we get good comms.
Okay, we copy all, and just to confirm, you are
Okay,
seeing that you're touchdown plus 3030 for power, correct?
the joke on this is gonna be is the sat radio on TeamSpeak? Since they already had an Outlook issue.
We are trying a backdoor approach to have mission control here call the crew on their satellite phone. This is all part of the coordination for the power down of the
Right.
vehicle that will
They're still using Skype, yeah.
initiate the actual recovery operation. The first boats with the Navy divers on board are standing by, waiting to close in on Integrity to begin the process of erecting the large inflatable raft that's called the front porch that will be where the astronauts are extracted from so that they can have a few minutes to get their land legs back before they're hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters for the flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
See, Microsoft pushed an update during the 6-minute blackout, and so the land sat phone, the Houston sat phone, is on a different version than the Integrity sat phone.
And Houston, please don't reply. NRD, very weak, but readable. Master diver, we can hear, but they cannot hear us.
Okay, so having a problem actually talking to the boat crews, it looks like. Yeah, because what they need to do for the power down sequence, you know, the big safety issue there is that guarantees that there can't even be an accidental firing of the engines as well. I think that's the one thing that would be dangerous to the outside crew. Even though they've kind of closed things off.
And Houston on OE1, is there any chance to tie us into NRD?
You know, even though they've closed off the tanks, most likely, my guess, as long as there's power to the system, they can be opened up again. Oh wow, when zoomed out, it's like the haze takes over. It's amazing how zoomed in, it was still able to get a picture. But when as soon as you zoomed out, it's like...
This is Mission Control, Houston. While we stand by for the establishment of communications between Integrity and the recovery team that is basically standing by very close to the spacecraft, we're going to go to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha, where Megan Cruz is standing by with Administrator Jared Isaacman.
Hey, Rob, yeah, just such an honor to be able to be here on the ship, to be able to share and experience this moment with everyone together. And of course, as you just said, yes, here with NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. Administrator, how did you feel getting to witness this and seeing NASA at its best?
Oh, I mean, I'm honestly, I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, you know, like the childhood Jared right now can't believe what I just saw. I mean, almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this, and then as NASA Administrator, I just couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce, the years, the effort, the late nights, all the hard work from across the country that contributed to this incredible moment right now. And yeah, incredibly grateful too for our teams here on the John P. Murtha right now.
Yeah, look at them behind us here.
We've got everybody. Hey, what do you guys think? We just brought some astronauts back from the moon, huh? Unbelievable. Thank you. Yeah, so grateful to the Navy, the sailors that are here, the NASA teams. I mean, this is a joint effort that's on their way right now. These recovery forces are getting out to our Orion spacecraft, to Integrity, get our astronauts back on the ship safely.
Yeah, and this is not just an accomplishment for NASA. This is an accomplishment for humanity. Again, a historic mission to the moon and back. How does this make you feel, and what do you hope people take away from this?
Well, I'll tell you, you know, I think about the crew members that we've all had an opportunity to observe over the last 10 days, right? I mean, they're absolutely professional astronauts. I mean, wonderful communicators, almost poets. But then I think these were the ambassadors from humanity to the stars that we sent out there right now. And I can't imagine a better crew than the Artemis II crew that just completed a perfect mission right now. So yes, it's a huge moment for everybody, right? I mean, we are back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon, bringing them back safely, and to set up for a series more. I mean, this is not a once in a lifetime, which you hear sometimes around here. It's like, this was a once in a lifetime. No, it's not. This is just the beginning. We are going to get back into doing this with frequency, sending missions to the moon until we land on it in 2028 and start building our base.
Yeah, are we going to build on the momentum for Artemis III? I mean, it's just around the corner.
Absolutely. So, I mean, that's, you know, part of me too. Like, I can't wait to get the crew off of Integrity right now, but also getting Integrity back on this ship so we can start taking a look at it, because all that data is so precious to us right now. I mean, we are going to definitely want to take a good look at the thermal protection system. We're going to want to download all the data they couldn't transmit back to us and use that to inform Artemis III. But we're already making progress.
Yeah,
right?
plus now they can upload all the super high quality photos they took.
We're getting we're getting Mobile Launcher 1 back in vehicle assembly building. So yes, there is a lot to celebrate right now on a mission well accomplished for Artemis 2, and at the same time, we got to start getting ready for 3.
Amazing. And last question.
In the video,
for,
yep.
People who joined us for all 10 days to see what we can accomplish together with our international partners. What do you think about the fact that we're going to keep doing this more and more and more?
It's incredibly exciting. I mean, yes, it's the contributions, like the best and brightest across the NASA workforce from across the country, our industry partners, our international partners. We had a Canadian Space Agency astronaut on board in Jeremy. We had the European Service Module. And you think, in the days leading up to this launch, I mean, 48 hours prior to launching Artemis II, I was meeting with the Italian Space Agency. We signed a memorandum of understanding to build a
roll out on your birthday, nice.
on the moon. I mean, you have countries, all of our allies and partners coming together saying,
yeah, exactly, Animal. All the SD cards are swapping in and out while they're taking pictures of the moon.
Enduring presence. We are going to master the skills on the surface of the moon so someday we can undertake missions to Mars. It's just an incredibly exciting time, and we're not going at it alone. We're bringing everybody along with us.
Absolutely. And speaking of everyone, one more time, we're going to ask the crew here, you guys ready to land on the moon? Awesome. I love that. Okay, well, thank you so much, Administrator. Appreciate you being here. We're, of course, going to stay on to watch the crew get extracted from Orion, so stay tuned, and we'll see you back here shortly.
It's still not made of cheese, darn it. It's like
Thank you, Megan, and thank you, Administrator Isaac.
that's why they're going to the South Pole.
We
Maybe
are in the
there's cheese
process
down
of,
there.
working to establish that communications link and to establish the procedures that will lead to the power down of the spacecraft, which is gently bobbing in the Pacific following a bullseye touchdown that occurred at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset in the Pacific southwest of San Diego. We have once again heard from the crew during that interview opportunity with the administrator, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board.
Might be getting a little seasick by now, though.
We now have confirmation that the vehicle has been powered down as per the procedures. So we have vehicle powered down, and the flight control team here in Houston, Flight Director Rick Henfling, has handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems team out in the Pacific. Now, we will physically not get off console with this team until the crew has been extracted into the front porch, that inflatable raft that will be erected along the side hatch of Integrity.
Enhance,
so we're standing
enhance.
by for that in the next step in the recovery procedures, but everything is in great shape, and we have 4 healthy crew members on board the vehicle.
Yeah, because that's one thing that's like, because it's round, it's like even if you're used to being on a boat, the motion of a round vehicle is going to be different than an elongated boat.
All of the entry events went by the book, no issues, perfect trajectory for Integrity that was culminated with one final raise burn to improve the angle of attack for the vehicle as it entered the Earth's atmosphere. All of that flight dynamics computation.
Because yeah, I've heard lots of stories of people who have their sea legs, so you know they're fine normally, but you put a different motion under them, and all of a sudden it's like instantly back. Not pleasant, right? Yeah, exactly.
So we are standing by for the recovery team to approach Integrity and begin the process of erecting that inflatable raft called the front porch, which will see the crew members be extracted from the hatch.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what this front porch will look like.
That inflatable raft before they're hoisted aboard.
Because he's saying inflatable raft, but I'm imagining there's a rigid platform
in a variety of different,
between the inflated sides.
Each crew member will be hoisted in sequential fashion, in alternating fashion. 2 crew members
Hovercraft
for
as
each
well. Oh, okay, there we go.
before they turn around to head back to the John P. Murtha. Once on the deck of the ship, they'll be brought into medical bay for comprehensive medical exams. But Reed Wiseman has reported several times that the crew is in excellent shape.
Plus, they're also, it's like, they're just laying on their back, so they have no control
So just to recap, it has been
over their motion like you would if you were on your feet, when you can compensate for the roll. So that's another issue, is like, you may be perfectly fine standing up, but some people, if they lay down on a boat, it's a completely different motion.
all of the vehicle functions were checked off.
Yeah, kick the sat phone.
Trip hammer fashion.
Hey, Snow.
The parachutes all deployed as planned. Splashdown occurring at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. And after a bit of a tussle to try to establish a communications link with the recovery team, we were finally able to run through the procedures for the powering down of the vehicle. We've handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems folks out in the Pacific, and the recovery team will be approaching the vehicle shortly to erect the inflatable raft called the front porch before opening the hatch to integrity to bring the crew members onto that raft before they're hoisted onto 2 Navy helicopters, 2 crew members for each helicopter, before they're flown back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
How many science packs, right? Oh, okay, lying on the floor, okay. Yeah, because even the mattress on the bed is gonna have enough give to kind of exaggerate the motion a little bit, so it's such an individual thing. It's like, you know, some people standing up is better, some people lying down is better. Or it's like, you know, it may also be a matter of if you're lying along the axis of the ship is bad for some people, while lying across the axis might be better. I've generally not gotten motion sick from anything I've done. Been on a boat a couple times, not a ship. And I've been fine every time. Roller coasters don't bother me. Slight headache. And the only time I've gotten motion sick from a video game was a weird one. I was playing Minecraft and I was rendering a video behind the scenes, and it caused a weird enough stutter in Minecraft that I was like instantly seasick. It's like, whereas like, wow, okay, I need to stop playing right now and go lay down. Because it wasn't like low frame rate, because I've been playing low frame rate games forever. On potato computers, it's just the way it made it stutter.
After talking to the flight dynamics folks,
we have
a bit of a refinement on the splashdown time for you. Their computation shows a splashdown time of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time, 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m.
So
Central Time.
7:27 instead of 7:47. Well, it's still it still works. Yeah, yeah.
Equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds.
I haven't done VR yet.
From Flight Dynamics, a splashdown time of 7:07 and 27 seconds.
I don't think that would affect me.
That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds.
The Steam one? Yeah. Yeah, it's such a shame that
the Pacific indicate that the recovery team in communication,
the rise and fall of Oculus,
that the crew remains in excellent shape as they await the approach of the team for a final hazard gas evaluation before they move to the side of the vehicle to erect the inflatable life raft on the front porch.
Yeah, and then they completely ruined it. It's like, instead of just having a neat VR thing and making games for it. It's like, let's...
Again, no issues with integrity. The vehicle is powered down. All of its systems are now safed. We have handed over mission authority to the Exploration Ground Systems folks in the Pacific. But we will not
Oh yes, from Aston.
stand down and have the entry flight control team depart its positions until that
doing a quick look around, close-up look around.
Raft. The front porch is erected, the hatch open.
Make sure there's nothing suspicious going on.
The vehicle. So that's the next step in the recovery process that will lead to the hoisting of the crew members. For 2 crew members for each helicopter, they'll be hoisted to a pair
Probably
of
telling them
helicopters
if they could talk to him on the radio, it's like, don't go too fast, don't make a wake.
John P. Murtha.
Of course,
looking at is one of the fast boats circling.
Fast boats don't have, since they don't dig into the water, they don't create quite as big of a wake as the bigger boats do. Yeah, I had one weird, using older editing software, I had one weird edit of a music video I shot. Just using environmental shots, it was, not people in it. It was really fast cut, sometimes only like 3 frames per cut, 6 frames per cut in some places. But for some reason the rendering software in the editing thing, oh, here they... Those sensor probes. Yeah, they're looking at the waving them over the ports of the engines, and you can see they're wearing hazmat suits, or at least face covers, breathing apparatus. A sniffer. Don't panic.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, you're watching the initiation of the recovery of the Artemis crew aboard Integrity. All of the Navy divers and the fast boats are now approaching the spacecraft after conducting a hazard assessment. The vehicle has been powered down. Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling now waiting for the life raft, the front porch, to be erected along the side of the vehicle so that the hatch can be opened and the crew members extracted from Integrity, soon to be hoisted one by one into a pair of Navy helicopters for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. If you missed it earlier, we talked to Flight Dynamics and received a more official touchdown time or splashdown time, as it were, of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's like... I've done that a couple times in emergencies or after, you know, it's like showering in the morning and then doing something that got me stinky. It's like, okay, I need to at least scrub down my armpits, so just use a couple of cleaning wipes and start fresh instead of just trying to put another layer of deodorant on. Yeah. It's like now the hurry up and wait part of the mission. I noticed they seem to be swinging wide on one part of the on this part of the ship. They get pretty close. I think that's, it looks like that's like to the main engines on that. But on this side of the capsule, they always swing wide. Oh, here comes another. Oh. That's like, don't run into each other, guys.
Continuing to get excellent views from the imagery assets out at sea in the Pacific of integrity. We continue to get good reports from the landing and support officer, who's in contact with the recovery team, that the crew is in excellent shape, no issues. They're just currently biding their time.
Oh yeah,
waiting for the front porch to be erected. We have no hazardous hazard gases and no hazardous situation with the vehicle. It performed perfectly all the way down from entry interface to its splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. And as you can see, the first
now they're getting
phalanx of recovery personnel now pulling up alongside of integrity. This includes Navy divers, a Navy flight surgeon, and other recovery personnel who have trained for several years for this recovery process.
Oh yeah, the steam. Yeah, I think it cools down pretty fast. There probably was some right first. But yeah, that all that heat gets dissipated. Super fast. Well, I'm kind of surprised at how high it's riding out of the water.
At this hour, some 41 minutes following splashdown.
Because there's a big bowl to the heat shield,
There's
but
no hazardous gas emanating from the vehicle. That's why the first team of recovery personnel has been able to pull alongside integrity, and the reports continue to come in that the 4 astronauts are in excellent shape. Yes.
It's all spray foam, yep. I don't remember seeing anything separate. I think on this one it's integrated. Because they want to take a look at it. Because they get to see what happened to it.
This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to watch the initiation of the recovery.
Yes,
of,
yeah.
Integrity's astronauts.
Yeah, because he's replying to somebody in his ear.
Will be brought out of the spacecraft onto a large inflatable raft just a short time from now. In the meantime, we can go back to the
I don't
USS
see
John
which
D. Mercer,
boat of
where my colleague
could be
Megan
carrying
Cruz
that
is standing by
raft.
to provide her situation report. Megan, can you hear us?
Hey Rob, yes I can hear you. Thank you. Yeah, we're back here on the bow of the recovery ship where there are still plenty of people peering out into the water. We are not very far from the action everyone is seeing on their screen now. The Orion spacecraft, Integrity, in the ocean, surrounded by a number of recovery boats.
It's like, are we there yet?
As Rob has been saying, in those recovery boats, NASA and Navy personnel specifically trained to get the astronauts out of Orion.
You hot mic? Yes.
In some of our wide shots, you can probably see that there are 6 boats out in the water. More than 40 people out in the water right now on those boats.
And close to the sunset there. Yeah. It's like, only got hour and a half more of sunlight, guys. Shiny. Okay, trying to hook on the, is that yellow thing inside the
is to set up
part of the
front
raft?
porch and the stabilization collar.
Or is that just the bottom of the boat? I think it's just the bottom of the boat.
As a stab collar, basically just to make sure that Orion stays upright, doesn't sway in the water too much, again to make it easier for recovery forces to get the astronauts out.
Please do not disturb the astronauts by tapping on the glass.
Again, we splashed down in the Pacific Ocean just after 5 p.m. Pacific time here. It's a requirement by NASA to be able to get the crew out of Orion within 2 hours of splashdown. So doing great on time so far. Plenty of time. No rush either. You know, I was speaking to NASA flight surgeon.
Yeah, that's a lot of people in that small boat.
And he said to me,
I mean, they're built for that, but
to get the crew out, just want to make sure that they're feeling good and Whenever they're
No,
ready
the
to
yellow
move,
thing
they'll
is
step out of
something
Orion and onto that large
that's
raft
sticking
front
up from the
porch.
bottom.
Folks
So
are ready.
it's probably a packaged inflatable float of some kind.
And as there are mission audio loops in Mission Control in Houston, there is a mission audio loop here on the ship. And it was just reported out that the side hatch is open.
Ah, there we go.
Side hatch of Integrity is open.
So okay, so is that boat itself the
From our aerial
front
assets,
porch? That makes
the ship
sense.
itself, where I'm on, just 3,000 yards away.
But there's already so many people
Again,
on
plenty
it.
of people on the boat here, glued to the side closest to where they can see all this action. And again, with just 3,000 yards separating us, great views from the bow here. You can see now that side hatch is open.
Earth there, yep.
One of the Navy personnel is about to get inside there.
Yeah, then you're gonna put something over the edge, front edge, so they don't.
In they go. In total, 4 will go into Orion.
Actually, it looks like they're putting a like a cover over the hatch.
To have a recovery personnel with each astronaut assessing them. Boat's getting closer now. Again, that one that's right up against Orion, those are the divers that will go in to the spacecraft to check on each of the astronauts. These other boats will begin doing a number of things, putting on that stabilization collar onto Orion, building that front porch. Eventually, they will retrieve the parachutes, as well as tow Orion back to the well deck of the recovery ship here. And so as we wait for the Navy and NASA personnel to get their assessment of the crew inside of Orion, why don't we toss it back to Rob for an update?
Yeah, thank you, Megan. Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Rick Henfling and the entry team of flight controllers still on duty. The vehicle has been powered down for some time now. There are no hazardous gases emanating from Integrity. That, of course, allowed the recovery personnel to approach the vehicle and then open the hatch
yeah.
to begin the initial medical assessment of the
Yeah,
crew, as you
yeah,
just
exactly.
indicated. Now we're standing by for the erection of that inflatable raft, the front porch, alongside of the vehicle.
Oh, okay, so it is something separate. You'd think it would just be something they can drag up and just hook on.
2 hovering Navy helicopters, 2 crew members for each helicopter, for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
You know, just design one of these little boats. You have
All of Integrity's systems
one side
operated
be
flawlessly throughout the course of
rounded.
the approach to the Earth, the entry into the Earth's atmosphere, and all of the key milestones that followed in this high-speed return to Earth for Integrity. A mission that spanned more than 694,000 miles from the vehicle's
or
launch
towed
from the
in
Kennedy
by one of
Space
the big
Center
boats and
atop
then
the Space Launch System back on April 1st.
because all you have to do then, you don't have to position it with the boat because you might bang it a little too hard. But what you do is you have the little boats run up, run a a line through little collets, and then just, you know, pull it in manually, and then tie it off. And but what do I know?
As we mentioned at the
Yeah.
top of the broadcast, the last time that the Apollo program saw a splashdown in the Pacific was Apollo 17 back on December 19th, 1972. So for the first time in 53 and a half years, we have reenacted that with the arrival of Integrity's astronauts as they flew around the moon in that historic lunar flyby.
We don't talk about Apollo 18.
That began with a trans-lunar injection burn that took them out of Earth orbit following 24 hours of a high Earth orbit trajectory. The high Earth orbit trajectory enabled flight controllers here to have a full 24 hours to evaluate the systems on Integrity and the condition of the crew before they would commit to flying to the moon.
Oh, there's the something inflating. My guess is they have it inflating on site because if, like I said, if they happen to have to splash down in rougher weather, it would have been too difficult to tow it into position. Because when you wonder why they're doing things which look like the hard way, it's usually because of contingencies like that that they have in mind. There's a bigger boat. Oop. Flying. That was applying a lot of power there. I think that it's like, oh, we're about to bump into it. Get away from here. Go, go, go.
with the side hatch of Orion having been opened to set the stage for the erection of the inflatable life raft known as the front porch, to be erected alongside the spacecraft for the extraction of the crew.
A red loop of
Let's
something.
play for you an interview that my colleague Megan Cruz conducted on the USS John P. Murtha with Navy diver First Class David McMahon that explains how this process is unfolding.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Okay, Davey, so you and some of your team, one last look over of the stabilization collar, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what is this stabilization collar?
This is what's going to stabilize the capsule out there in the ocean. We don't know how good the weather or the waves will be that day, so this will help prevent any unnecessary occurrences from happening, stabilizing the capsule and the astronauts inside.
So basically this is a float that will go around Orion. I'm assuming that what they're doing right now, these are the lines that will attach the collar onto Orion.
I would have thought they would have done this before opening the hatch.
The lower line that will secure the,
I guess the weather's good enough where they could open the hatch now before putting this around. Because in rougher weather, it's like you don't want that hatch open where water could splash in.
Tied in the same fashion, and then this will be secured to the capsule, and the astronauts can safely take their first steps out of the capsule onto the front porch.
Okay, and how long will it take them to set up the stabilization collar?
We should definitely be able to handle this in under 10 minutes.
Okay, wow. And then you just mentioned the front porch. So basically, after they set up this stabilization collar, then they set up what's called the front porch here.
That's correct.
Okay, and what's the front porch?
Front porch is basically a bigger waiting room for the astronauts to sit in while we wait for the helicopters to show up and grab them.
Okay, so the medical team that was inside with the crew, they're going to help them out and onto the front porch?
That is correct.
And then what happens here?
We have higher trained medical personnel also on board the front porch that will give them lookovers and just make sure they're okay while we wait for the helicopters to show up.
Okay. How does it feel? I mean, your team, you, to be part of a mission that's returning astronauts from the moon.
They must have pretty high confidence.
Extremely honored to be a part of this.
Like I said, in the wave action right now, to not do it the other way around.
Great things.
And do you feel like you and your team are ready?
Yes, very ready.
Cool. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Once again, the recovery operations are continuing out in the Pacific. We shortly should see that life raft, the front porch, erected alongside the side hatch of the vehicle.
Heard some kind of cheer in the background. They probably have a...
Flight controllers have come into the flight control room to receive congratulations from Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling. But we're going to stick with our operations out in the Pacific as we await the extraction of the 4 crew members who are reported to be in excellent condition.
Yeah. Who forgot the pump? We gotta blow it up.
Again, while we stand by for that front porch to be erected alongside of the side hatch of the vehicle, let's go back to the USS John P. Murtha and Megan Cruz. Megan?
Hey, Rob. Pausing now to listen to some internal audio loops. Again, the operations team here on the ship communicating with everyone out on the water. It seems like currents are hindering them a little bit from unfurling and inflating the stabilization collar as well as the front porch. But again, the requirement to get the crew out within 2 hours
exactly.
of splashdown.
Yeah, because that's exactly the wrong place to put extra weight.
But as calm as the water looks, yeah, it looks like it's hindering the teams just a tad.
Okay, so they have to attach that line.
You can see inside some of our shots, that side hatch still open. Again, inside there are now 8 people inside. 4 divers, Navy divers, all with medical training, each assigned to an astronaut each.
They're not pulling on that line, so I was kind of wondering if it's maybe to have one boat stabilize against the
feeling good.
The current, but
as you've heard us say in the broadcast, you know, they expect a little bit of discomfort. Again, these astronauts just traveled back to Earth at 25,000 miles an hour, a nearly 695,000
yeah, 8
mile
people in
journey
there.
around the moon. If you think you get carsick. Again, 6 boats out there, lots of gear with them, just in case, right? As we said, the crew reported.
Yeah, leaning out that data
great.
coverage.
But again, all those folks out there. In
Okay,
case
there's
they weren't,
that
it's all
orange
about
collar.
making sure we think about
Unfurling
every
it.
situation that can happen, and so of course wanted to be ready in case any of our astronauts needed more medical
Let's
attention.
test them on this.
while
We
out
can
there
do it
in
in
the
less than
water.
10 minutes. Sure about that?
You see now teams again trying to set up the stabilization collar and front porch for the crew to get out of Orion. They need both, right? The stabilization collar will keep Orion from swaying as you see it is doing now. And then they will connect to the front porch to the stabilization collar
Up,
so
up.
that the crew can take 2 steps and they will be in the front porch. Not a lot of chatter on the mission audio loops. That's a good thing. Again, things proceeding
Going
pretty
around,
normally,
dropping in the water.
even if they're fighting some currents out there on the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, if it wasn't such a nice calm day, because even just a little bit more chop.
Again, the goal, setting up the stabilization collar and the front porch so that the crew can rest comfortably in the front porch, get placed into harnesses so that 2 helicopters can lift them off the front porch and onto the USS John Murphy here.
Yep. Hey, Senegal, welcome.
The helicopters are going to take turns
Yep.
picking up an
Flawless
astronaut.
re-entry and
So again, Helo
splashdown.
1 and Helo 2. Okay, and the recovery team here on the ship just got a report from
Yep.
the undersea medical officer who is inside the capsule with the crew. He is reporting all 4 members are green. All of our 4 astronauts, Reed, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, green, meaning they are feeling great.
Yeah.
Not the complexion of their skin.
Yeah.
They are feeling great, happy to be home, and ready to be extracted as soon as
Yeah.
possible.
Yeah, they didn't do
So,
the
as I was
atmospheric
saying,
skip,
We have 2 helicopters circling.
so they
We have
minimize
two
the
here sitting on
maximum
water right
heat
now.
time.
Each will take turns picking up an astronaut. So Helo 1 will come on in, hover above the front porch, about 40 feet above the front porch. A
Well, at first I
Navy
thought the
recovery
bobbing
specialist will be
vertical
hoisted
things were
down
like buoys, but it's
into the
actually
front porch.
divers.
Will connect to the first astronaut, which we're expecting to be Christina. And then Helo 2 comes around, picks up Jeremy, while Helo 1 stays above head, and then Helo 1 will come back in for another astronaut, and then Helo 2 for the last astronaut, and then back to the flight deck here on the recovery ship. I was talking to Assistant Artemis Recovery Director Paul Sierpinski. He said helos are a much quicker, safer way to get on board. They did actually consider boats, but then if you think about it, longer time, the crew would have to move through more of the ship. This way the helos will give a more direct, quicker route to the medical bay.
Hydroponic container, yep. And since we haven't shown it for a while, it's like I have the
beautiful shots from our aerial and imagery teams.
We're creating the moon base from when they come back to land on Artemis 3 and 4.
For a clear view
So we are playing the game.
of the recovery ship here. You can still see divers in the water there. Encircling Orion, that is that stabilization collar we've been telling you about. As you saw in that interview just a few minutes ago, they have to first connect it to Orion, and then once it's secured
Operational
onto
base, yep.
Orion, they can inflate it, and then they'll further secure it with other harnesses and lines.
I mean, this is just backseat engineering, but it does seem like this process could be streamlined quite a bit.
Splashdown in the Pacific Ocean here. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy back home after a history-making mission to the moon and back.
Yeah, 10 or 11, yeah. So he said, it seems like they're having trouble. Oh, he just got up on top of it. Pulling the two ends together. I think I'm sensing they're having problem doing that.
Minutes ago, the undersea medical officer inside with the crew in Orion, reporting all 4 crew members feeling great.
The main problem with the shuttle is that the heat tile system wasn't as
It looks like they are beginning to inflate it.
ready to go as they thought it would be.
And it looks like
So instead of just having to do some routine checks, putting it back on the, you know, strapping it to a new tank and boosters and taking off again, they basically had to refurbish the entire exterior of the shuttle for every flight. So even though it was still streamlined than other systems, it wasn't as good as it had to be. Yeah, so that made each flight cost much more than just a standard rocket.
About 4 hours.
And that's what Starship is trying to do, is they're trying to, because the heat tile system, while being superior in a lot of ways, is not a solved issue. So Starship is, what they're doing is they're trying to find out different failure modes. That's why they leave off some tiles.
Just
And
because the flight deck can be a dangerous place, so they just want to focus on
okay, so they did inflate the other one ahead of time, then moving it in.
ship, so that's why they wanted to
So
get
I
the legs
approve
in
of
the
that.
water to make sure that they have all the time they needed for the flight ops.
Yeah. See, if solving the heat tile problem so you have something that is truly reusable
They will stay out of
without
the
an
water
overhaul
for
every
a number
time
of hours after we recover the crew
is
and get them back
going
on
to
the
be a
ship,
big,
because then they have to recover Orion.
big benefit.
All right, that stabilization collar looking good around Orion. We're now seeing some recovery personnel getting on
The
to that collar. Again, they need to further attach it to Orion.
was it the
to make sure
X-37?
that it can really prop up.
That's a promising technology of kind of a hybrid capsule / shuttle.
Again, so it's not so so it doesn't sway so much in the water there.
Yeah, that one side looks like it's nicely strapped
And
on.
now that front porch looks like it's nearly fully inflated as well. You can see a much larger surface area. And so once the crew get out of Orion, they can stretch their legs a little bit on this front porch, get some
Yeah.
fresh air.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, they also weren't developing the next
and enjoy this
system while they were flying the
beautiful day
shuttle.
here on their home planet.
Like learning the lessons from the shuttle. You know, like maybe not go
Here,
quite so
teams
big.
now are about to connect the front porch to the
Not
stabilization
necessarily
collar.
have the payload of the shuttle. Or, you know,
And at that point, when both are secure, we should soon see astronauts come out of Orion.
yeah, it feels like that one piece on the left is not quite in the proper position or tied down. They couldn't bring them together to tie them together. But
All these views you
as long as
see
they're inflated and they're
also
attached,
fed
you know,
to
pretty
the
much good
Landing
enough.
Force Operations Center here on the ship. Of course, it is very important for our recovery teams leading the mission to have all the views that you're seeing as well. Again, listening to their communication loop here on the ship. Very quiet, which is a good thing. It means things are going pretty nominally, meaning as expected.
Yeah, I gained some weight on the way down. Heat expansion. Yeah, there's still 2 divers on that side. Trying to figure it out, I think. What I'd be kind of worried about...
Happening just 3,000 yards
Got taking
away
some
from the
pictures
ship, so that means this will be
of
a
the
very quick flight back on the helicopters for the crew.
I like how everyone else is like dive suits and the one guy's just in a t-shirt and shorts.
Okay, saw a thumbs up from one of the personnel on the front porch. It looks like they are now getting ready to
One guy's unpacking the snacks.
deploy what they call the Air Rescue Vest, ARV.
Yeah.
And so this is the harness that each crew member will get into in order to be hoisted into the helicopters. Again, those helicopters hovering.
Yeah, the Russian shuttle would have
just
been nice
about
if they
40
could have
feet
gotten
above
that
the front
flying
porch when they're ready
or regularly.
to pick up each crew member.
Yeah. For the guy on the side taking the pictures, looking through the window. First astronaut ready to come out? Well, the medical person's climbing out. No, it's just the guy standing there. Say cheese. Yeah, imagine if both Orion and the shuttle had been working together building the space station.
This is Mission Control Houston. Behind me, a fairly raucous scene as hundreds of flight controllers have poured into the flight control room here.
Yeah, with
This is
the capsule shut
reminiscent of the
down,
scene after
all the
final
flight
shuttle
controllers, yeah, they have absolutely nothing to do right now.
CS-135, although that was the end of a program, this is only the beginning of a program with the textbook splashdown of integrity and its 4 astronauts. We're standing by for the crew to be extracted from the spacecraft. Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling invited all of these flight controllers who have contributed to this mission to enter the flight control room to have an opportunity to receive well wishes and to share the mutual glow that exists in the wake of a textbook mission for integrity. On the front screen here in Mission Control, a sign that says "Welcome Home Integrity, taking humanity back to the moon, going further, and returning safely to Earth." So all of that jubilation, part of the post-splashdown activities, even as we await the crew being extracted from the vehicle to be hoisted onto Navy helicopters for the trip back to the USS.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, autonomous landing and everything. You know, a sign of what was to come with the Falcon and now Starship. And also Blue Origin, New Glenn. A couple different Chinese rockets trying the same thing.
Once again here in Mission Control, this view of the Artemis Flight Control Room, known as the White Flight Control Room. This
Take
is
a
the
picture
old
of me.
shuttle flight control room, and now is the home of Artemis missions to the moon and beyond. Once again,
Selfie
quite a few
time.
flight controllers were invited in by Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to share in the jubilation following the successful splashdown of integrity. That splashdown occurring an hour and 22 minutes ago, as we stand by for the completion of the extraction of the crew, and ultimately they're hoisting onto Navy helicopters for a short flight back to the USS John P. Murtha. Splashdown occurred at 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time. I had an opportunity to talk to the head of flight dynamics, Jeff Birch.
Yeah, New
or two
Glenn is
ago.
definitely
He said
going
the
to be up there
trajectory
fairly
of
soon.
integrity coming through the Earth's atmosphere was so precise, they've never seen anything line up on a ground track like today's entry by integrity for its splashdown southwest of San Diego.
Front porch.
And the initial
Hey, the first astronaut out.
hear it.
Fortunately, they were on the side with the sun shining in their eyes of the camera, but you could see the orange suit.
Jubilation here in the flight control room. The first crew member is out of integrity.
Honestly, what I'd be worried about most in this whole operation right now is losing track of the number of divers in the water. Because they're all on opposite sides and circling around. It's like, hey, where's
We are
Steve?
expecting the other crew members momentarily to be extracted.
No, Christina? So I think with all the hair.
Two crew members out.
Or is that that might be the cap they wear under the helmet. Ladies first, yep.
Two crew members out, two to go. We're about 1 hour from sunset out in the Pacific. Everything continues to go well. Integrity's systems function perfectly during its entry back to Earth.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And Reed Wiseman, the commander who will be last out of the vehicle, reported that all the crew members were feeling very well.
Yep, number 3.
Crew member number 3 now out.
Sorry, we didn't know when you were going to open the hatch, so we ate the 4th.
And now standing by for the commander, Reed Wiseman, who will be last out of his ship.
Captain. Oh, Captain's always the last person off.
Bobbing in the Pacific under
Okay.
almost ideal conditions, Integrity spanned 694,000 miles during its journey from launch to splashdown. And we now have Reed Wiseman out of the vehicle. All 4 crew members now out of
Yay.
Integrity. Once again, all 4 crew members now on the front porch, and the procedure to begin hoisting them up to these 2 Navy helicopters hovering overhead will begin shortly.
Yep. Strap in the harness first, and then some jumping in the water. Though if he's going to the other boat, I don't know if I didn't just walk around on the back to this whole gravity thing, right? It's so annoying. And to hold yourself up all the time. One anecdote from somebody who was on the ISS was that one of the hardest things to get used to again was like, you know, a pencil or pen, and not being able to just like leave it there. You know, do something, then grab it again, start writing. Just let it go and leave it there, and it's like, whoops. About 10 days in space for these guys. Or 9 days. They gave the mission elapsed time as 9 days and something. I forget how many hours.
Houston. The mission is over, but the melody lingers on.
But 10 days is probably not enough to get into habits like this. But if you're on the space station for 6 or 9 months...
NASA's Associate Administrator, Amit Kshatriya, to be joining us shortly for a short interview while the recovery operations continue out in the Pacific. So we'll stand by for that. And then we'll turn it back over to Megan Cruz aboard the USS John P. Murtha.
About 9 days, 1 hour. Yeah, mic drops only happen on Earth. Like, try to do mic drop in space, and it's like, push it. Yeah, 9 to 10 days. It's like just, yeah, just me. That's like, you know, not exercising for like 9 or 10 days. It's like I can feel it. Imagine not having to really do any type of physical exertion for 9 to 10 days. Yeah. Yep, shower first. Working toilets. Yeah, that's one of the things. This capsule is big enough.
Control Houston here in the Artemis flight control room. A number of flight controllers basking in the glory of the successful end of this mission that carried 4 astronauts around the moon on a lunar flyby, and the first test flight of Orion with crew members on board. Splashdown occurring an hour and 32 minutes ago.
Oh yeah, mic drop.
Descent back into the Earth's atmosphere for the vehicle. Its 4 crew members in good shape, simply enjoying their time right now.
Okay, that guy's swimming out to get. I saw something yellow floating out there where that swimmer's going. So he must be going to go get it.
Kshatriya, the NASA Associate Administrator, to join us here momentarily for a brief interview.
Not for them.
Before we turn it back over to Megan Cruz aboard
10
the USS
days,
John P. Murtha
it's
for
like,
recovery
it'll
ship.
be weird feeling, but it's like, probably like, you know, being on a cruise or something where you get your sea legs, then get back on land and you just, it feels weird for a couple days. I also kind of experienced that on my cross-country train trips, where I got used to the motion and the noise. And it's like, then when the train trip ended, it's like, just everything felt weird for a couple days. Yeah, he's going to get that yellow thing. Drag it back. Something got away. Okay, so they detached the front porch. Okay, that allows them to get away from the capsule so the helicopter doesn't disturb it that much, I guess. Yeah, if you're on the space station for 6 months, that you definitely... Even if you rigorously exercise, it's like there's still muscle loss.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're about an hour and 34 minutes since the textbook splashdown of integrity in the Pacific to bring home our astronauts. And with us now is Amit Kshatriya, the NASA Associate Administrator. Amit, a little bit of history made tonight, a little bit of history made over the past few weeks.
No, just thinking it's like, well, why didn't just pull up one of the bigger boats and put them on the bigger boat? But it's like you don't want two large masses that close together in the ocean where they may bump each other.
As well as engineering and folks that just want to be here, part of it, as we watch our crew get extracted from the vehicle.
That too naps more. Because when they first go up, who knows which way they'll swing.
The team that's in the water right now, pulling the crew out. The team here in Houston that worked so hard over the last 10 days, no sleep to get this done. You know, we still have some work to do to get the crew to the med bay.
Someone just made a big wake.
On the ship, they all look great coming out, so hopefully that won't be too long. You know, I think we saw the administrator on the boat too, giving his thanks to the Navy team on the Murtha, which they're just an incredible group of sailors. I was able to visit with them a couple weeks ago, and then if you pull it all the way back to the workers and the folks that joined the rocket at Michoud, that made the heat shield tiles that held together tonight, that that stacked the vehicle in Florida, that integrated the vehicle in Denver, that fired the engines in Stennis, that fired the boosters in Promontory. I mean, this is the entire team, coming together and being tested by the environment that this machine.
It's dramatic Stellars music right now.
They did it right. The work was good. They did it right.
You've said in a number of briefings, of course, and in other forums that this is just the first step. The cadence has to step up, as the administrator has indicated. Now, it's a little early for the full report card on how Integrity did, but did this mission ultimately, from your eyes view, exceed expectations?
It absolutely did. I mean, I was waiting to talk about this until we're in the water, and I think we still have, again, work to do to bring it in and really kind of go through it bolt by bolt and see what we learned. But I mean, so far, given what we learned during the mission and given how we performed on ascent, on entry, I always think about energy in terms of the states that you worry about the most, and every time we put these machines through these incredibly energetic states that came through. So I'm fairly confident that we made a big step tonight to get us on the path towards the surface. I think the path to the surface is open now. We do have to do all the work, and we'll make sure we talk about that as cleanly as we can. We learned a few things during the mission, but I have to tell you, this was an incredible test of an incredible machine.
From an American psyche standpoint, the Empire State Building was lit up red, white, and blue tonight. Our coverage was seen on baseball stadiums around the major leagues. How captivating was this experience for the American people, for the world, in fact, as we return to the moon?
You know, I have not been able to watch a lot of the coverage as we've progressed through the mission. I will tell you, just from my witness in Florida before launch, and then seeing the people's faces here, and then reading where I can about how things are going. I think this has been a gift to the world from NASA. NASA's given the world
Floating
a
away,
gift,
no paddles, yeah.
proving to folks all over the place, especially young people, and that to me is what this is really about. Young people.
Yeah, I think the other two small boats were pulling the capsule away from them.
Teams that collaborate, that it doesn't matter how hard the problems are, we can solve them. I'm hopeful that Artemis II.
Yeah, you can
as folks witness
when we get on the sun shining side, you can see how low the sun is with the reflection of the water.
And even if they don't come work in the program, which separately they
Oh
should
right,
come
with
work
the
in
crowd,
program,
yeah.
because Lord knows we need the help. But even if they don't want to come work in the program, hopefully they grow up to recognize.
Yeah, there's lots of plastic out there for them to scoop up to make the paddle.
And really change the way the challenges that are coming in the world are overcomable if we work together like this.
And one final question. Flying to the moon, we did it. We've done it again this past week and a half or so. But the engineering that went behind the design of this mission and the precision, the pinpoint precision of this vehicle entering that entry corridor, it's almost mind-boggling.
Yeah, it is incredible when you think about the energies involved.
Yeah, look how far away they are now.
When we inserted the vehicle into orbit, it was 99.2% down the middle. When we dropped the vehicle right on top of the fleet here, our guys knew exactly where to go, but the guidance was perfect. And it's interesting. I've got this question a lot over the
here comes the helicopter.
Few weeks about. We did this before 53 years ago, and
and there's the.
It is a reasonable thing to contemplate, like what's gone on since then. And what I'd tell you is,
guy on the line, so they come up and pair. They bring a guy down, hook the astronaut to him, bring them both up.
It seems what they were able to accomplish given the technology and the learnings that they had. But when we did Apollo, the architects of Apollo, Gilbert, Seaman, von Braun, Mueller, what they really wanted to do. As they were contemplating what it meant to expand our range of action to the lunar surface, what they wanted to do was.
Although the question is like, is this really faster than bringing them back on the boats?
They were confident they could expand their range of action to the moon. Now, of course, the politics of the time and the mission at the time was different, and so they had to go straight to the moon and bring people home. And then after that, the program kind of lost its momentum. But after that, NASA kept moving along those paths, right?
Bam!
So we
slammed them right in the side of the raft.
That reusability was going to be important. We spent a lot of money on those machines, and we spent a lot of money on these machines here. Even though, but we recognized that reusability was important, which is why we built a winged space plane called Space Shuttle, and then we used that reusable machine to build a space station. And we learned for 25 years how to live and work in space, and have been able to develop technologies that can enable exploration. So really, what I think is now, 53 years later, we're at the point where the architects of Apollo would have been pleased that we're now ready to actually go back to the moon and go back to stay, because we've learned all the things we needed to learn.
There's a lot of people pleased here tonight, and we really thank you for joining us, Amit.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
As we begin to hoist the crew onto the
I realize they have reasons for this, especially the ability to do this if there's more of an emergency situation is something they need to have. And the reason the helicopter's now moving off is because it's much easier to fly a helicopter than it is to hover a helicopter. Hovering even close to the ground is much more unstable than some kind of forward motion.
Hey Rob, yeah, back on the bow of the ship here.
So it's like once they have them securely hooked,
helicopters circling Orion, the first one there.
Move off.
Having just completed picking up the
while so you're more stable in flight to bring up the person, get them inside, then loop around and come again.
Above the front porch, lowering.
Yeah, the air sea rescue
Recovery specialist out of the helicopter
is something they practice all the time.
That person will touch down in the front porch just there.
So yeah, these pilots, the guy on the wire.
The crew members already outfitted with a harness that will allow them to quickly attach
It's very, very routine.
to the hoisting device. Look at the power of those blades throwing water out at the center there, the front porch, with now 3 astronauts and the recovery specialists. Again, crews already outfitted with a harness vest.
There's number 2.
And here we go. Second astronaut now off the front porch.
So now the move off.
The second helicopter.
Though winched them mostly up this time before moving off. Well, the first one wanted to get out of the way so the second one could come in faster.
Cover just a distance away to give room for the first helicopter to come back and pick up the third astronaut. As we wait for that helicopter to come back, make its way back around, just want to mention that the
No one on the line this time?
called our NASA administrator today while he was on the ship, just minutes after we interviewed him live on our coverage, and congratulated him and NASA on this history-making moment tonight.
Yeah, like I said, they do practice hovering, especially this kind of thing where
Over the front porch,
make sure you don't pull up too
you
fast.
can see another recovery specialist getting lowered onto the front porch. Wow, imagine sitting on that front porch.
But while helicopters can hover, it's still not the ideal situation.
A helicopter flight back to the ship here would be safer, faster, and more comfortable for our crew who just completed a 10-day mission around the moon. Third astronaut in the air, getting hoisted quickly back into the first helicopter now.
Okay, so the recovery, extra recovery people were already on the raft.
That first helicopter now on its way back to the ship here. We will soon see it land in just a few minutes. Again, all this action happening just 3,000 yards away from us, so a very quick flight back to the flight deck. Now the only person left on the front porch, Commander Reed Wiseman. That second helicopter now making its way back over to the front porch. Here it comes. Making its final approach here.
Yeah, making sure there's enough slack. And there they go. Oh no. Yeah, it's routine, but yeah, there's still dangers. Search and rescue.
Both now on their way back to the ship where we are.
Coast Guard, search and rescue for mountain things. It's like amazingly skilled professionals doing all that work.
Exciting to see our 4 crew members minutes away from landing on the flight deck here on the recovery ship. 550 people on this ship. Excited, ready, anxious.
Yeah, we haven't seen the perspective of how close that ship is to the operation. until just now. They're pretty far away. So they didn't pull the ship up very close. Well, there you can see the wake.
Watching them now with our own eyes. Close to the ship here. Hearing them begin to hover.
Yeah, because this is
on the
a...
flight deck, which is just across from us.
Yeah, one of the assault ships with the well deck. There's the first helicopter.
The first helicopter coming in.
They're gonna wait for this one to land before they disembark anybody. Yeah, I think so. They said something about they were like 5 or 6 miles away for splashdown, then they were going to move in within 2 or 3 miles.
Pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook.
And then because of the landing, they went into it. Now we're going into a straight course.
Kilo 1 on deck reported on the recovery loop. Again, the mission audio loops. That the recovery team
And that's the camera ship, or probably also a backup.
An announcement just made on the ship. Integrity incoming. 2 more helicopters on their way to the flight deck, one carrying the crew. The other, one of our imagery helicopters. Again, kudos to our...
Oh, okay, so the second one and the other one was the
giving us these beautiful views
companion.
of history in the making. Set amid a gorgeous, soon-to-be sunset here in the Pacific Ocean. Second helicopter. Making its approach of the flight deck. Plenty of people here on the bow with their cell phones out, filming this moment. Some impressive flying here by the Navy, as we are seconds away.
Yeah, occasionally on YouTube I'll get a short of helicopters like dropping off or picking up supplies off the tail of a ship.
On the USS John P. Murtha.
Yeah, this looks more like a cruiser or destroyer, frigate. I thought it was one of the assault carriers.
I'm sure they're happy to be out of the water and on this recovery ship with again 550 people on board, ready to welcome them home. But first, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, just making sure the crew feels good.
Did they have enough tie-down points?
We reported that they were feeling good when they were in Orion, but those were just initial
Yeah. Or at least until all 4 craft are...
assessments of how they're feeling.
Because now the accompanying craft, the camera helicopter is going to land.
The medical bay here on the ship, right after we power down the helicopters here. The team on the flight deck working quickly but methodically.
And they don't just immediately shut down the engines, because until the crew on the ship ties it down properly, you want to be able to take off again in case of an emergency. Especially like if this craft coming in starts having a problem, these other guys need to be able to bug out, so they probably have a way of detaching. Landing ship dock.
As that third helicopter touches
Oh, okay,
down.
there we go. Because even though I'm guessing, it's like if you're wondering why they're all still on, there's a reason for everything on this procedure.
While just a few folks on the flight deck itself, there are plenty more on some upper decks. I see some of our views.
Yeah, we have
A very packed
decades
crowd.
of experience in flight deck operations, both helicopter and planes, so
Announcements being made over the ship's loudspeaker system.
they have
reminding
reasons
folks
for every single
to
little
clear of
detail
operational
of how
areas like
things
the flight
go.
deck, so that teams can work quickly to get the crew off of the helicopters and into the medical bay. Splashdown today, 5:06 p.m. Pacific time. We are within 2 hours of that splashdown time, and already we have all four
There are never enough tie down
on the
points,
flight
yep.
deck of the USS John P. Murtha. Again, crew waiting before getting out for the helicopters to completely shut down. Safety, of course, very important to NASA and the U.S. military. So we'll wait just a couple of minutes here
Yeah.
before we start seeing.
Don't see the two green shirts on the far helicopters, but there's probably one on each of these. Like, Stacy, in the rotor stop spinning, yes. Lose the game, yeah. And the command to shut down the engines. Yeah, like I said, my guess is why the other three keep... Like I said, if something starts happening with the last one to land, it's like the engines have enough momentum to power up and get out of there. And then fly the ship back to port, yep. Okay. It's like... Oh, I bet. Which is why it was pretty embarrassing when that F-18 fell off the ship in the Red Sea. Yeah, plus you want to get the camera crews out.
All right, and
Where's
now
my
here
camera
we
crew?
see Pilot Victor Glover and Mission Specialist Christina Cook sitting on the edge.
Yeah, that's
One
what I
of
was
the
thinking. It's like
helicopters looking in great spirits.
no swells at all.
Smile
It's all
relax
just
from Victor. I
small
can see it
wave
from here.
action.
Christina, I'm sure feeling the same way, just blocked a little bit by our camera here, but we'll see her here shortly. A photographer taking their pictures. Victor saluting.
Oh,
folks
yeah,
on
I
the
am
flight
getting
deck.
buffer.
They look like they're in great spirits. Happy to be home, I'm sure. If you're sitting at home, I hope you too are wondering, what would you want to ask them if you got a chance to talk to them, because that is what I'm thinking about. Getting the opportunity to talk to...
Yeah, speed test is 3 upload. Alright, let me burp the Wi-Fi. Maybe they'll do it fast enough where OBS doesn't even notice we're disconnected. Alright, be right back.
Oh, there we see Christina there, also smiling. Finally peering out, waving at the cameras. Hello to you too, Christina, yes? Welcome back. Welcome, welcome home. A loudspeaker announcement on the ship saying, "Welcome home, Integrity."
Okay, looks like the drop frames have stopped dropping.
Victor in great spirits. I can't see who he's talking to, but I kind of think that he might be talking to his other 2 crew members. Shouting from across the flight deck, congratulations to one another.
Yeah, oh yeah, always redundant tie downs, so you can see 2 different chains going to 2 different tie downs in that close up. And they get their own wheelchair.
Navy personnel walking up to the helicopter. This is again the first helicopter carrying pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook. Both have taken off their helmets now. Some pictures,
Yeah.
video to capture this historic moment. A beautiful sunset just
Yeah,
behind
see a
us,
lot of the
and
scenes we were
Pacific Ocean.
seeing, yeah, it was all transmission,
These pictures will be beautiful.
bit rate issues with the compression. All these cameras have been recording at full resolution.
Now we see NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, he is on the flight deck, as well as Flight Surgeon.
Looks like it. All 4.
To Victor
The only
and
one,
Christina first. We saw
only
the
one that's kind of out of that alignment is the back left one.
which is carrying Commander Reed Weissman and Mission Specialist Jeremy Hansen.
Because
We heard from Rick
in the
earlier
X
broadcast
formation
that
like
he'd
that,
be out
it
there on the
minimizes
flight
how
deck
far out.
to do another initial assessment of the crew, ask them how they're feeling. Anything bothering them. But again, from what I'm seeing,
It gives them the
like
most
they're in
clearance
great
for other
spirits and feeling
actions.
Pretty good for folks who just traveled 695,000 miles from Florida to the moon, and now here to the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah. Florida, California, the long way around.
We're now seeing NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman walking across the flight deck. He had been talking to Reed and Jeremy, now approaching Victor and Christina. A hug from Victor? A hug from Christina? What a moment that we're getting to experience together.
Yeah, because if they're in a plus shape, yeah,
I'm sure
they'd be
Brad
extending
Wilson
out
words
farther
and
left
got
and
to
right,
speak to the
and also
administrator
towards the
live on this
front.
broadcast as well, and he said the kid in him right now, giddy, absolutely giddy, at what we were able to accomplish today. Returning them home safely and in good spirits.
Yeah, and then they can,
after a 10-day mission.
yeah,
around the
usually
moon.
fold up and then point straight
And
back.
Here we go. We're seeing Jeremy walking, waving across the flight deck, now on his way to the medical bay. It's a short walk, less than a minute.
Yeah, they
And
still,
that's why the recovery team
and
decided
that's
to
why it's
use
holding on.
helicopters
It's
to
like
get
not
them on
only
the flight
because
deck.
of, being gravity weightless, but they've also been on a
For that
rolling,
short walk to medical bay.
um,
And
a
now
rolling
on the flight deck,
raft,
we
a
see
rolling capsule, a rolling
the chief of the astronaut office,
rolling
Dr.
helicopter, and now a bigger ship that's still rolling. So it's like
Rick
they still
Sharon,
have
searching
steady
closely
ground
for
under their
the
feet.
other helicopter. Big hugs from Victor, Christina to Scott. Again, a gorgeous sunset
Everything for the shot. Yep, golden hour.
for this recovery tonight. All right. here we are, Christina. Making her way, looking thankful, grateful, happy to be home. You can see she's looking up again. Lots of people, just a few levels up off the flight deck, welcoming her home. Scott holding the door like a gentleman, but back on his way to the other crew still on the flight deck.
Yeah, that too. Yep.
So still on the flight deck, Victor Glover and Reed Weissman. It looks like Victor will be the next one headed to medical bay.
Yeah. Again,
More hugs, more hugs.
Captain's always the last.
He's a hugger. Victor looking good as he
Yeah.
walks
How do I
across the
walk?
flight deck. NASA administrator applauding. Victor applauding for all the folks on the ship with him who played a role in their safe return today.
All right. They walk them better than I do, not having been in space for 10 days.
And finally, just one Artemis II crew member left on the flight deck, Commander Reed Weissman. Applause from the group there on the flight deck, I'm sure, as well as on the level just above them, packed with people. Reed looking good as he takes his steps towards the medical bay. We are 4 Artemis II crew members back on the ship. Again, now they will head into medical bay, where they will be assessed by flight surgeons from both NASA as well as the Canadian Space Agency.
Yeah, because now they want to, take all the vitals, weigh them.
When they get to medical bay, they will each have their own nurse. They will be helped out of their suits. And then again, we'll check to see that they're feeling good. Make sure it's not just adrenaline, but that they are feeling good from their long journey back from the moon.
Yeah, no one's used the chair of shame.
Beautiful shot of that sunset, illuminating our flight deck.
Very good. Yeah, look at that. That's like, you can see where they turned.
All right, and now with our astronauts safely on board, I want to welcome on Artemis Recovery Director Lily Villarreal. Lily, I don't know how you must be feeling right now. Ecstatic, relieved?
So ecstatic, relieved. Of course, we still have to bring the capsule into the well deck of the ship, but this is a major milestone to have the crew here on the ship and in medbay. You know, our team has been preparing and working.
That's right, yeah, they still have to get the capsule.
Everything went very well, just as planned. Our team
Gained a lot of weight.
the flight control team was just amazing. We were
Technically correct, because weight is the force.
Communications about everything.
But their mass is the same.
It's such a wonderful feeling to get to this point. Again, we still have to get the capsule, but this is huge for all of us in landing recovery, and I couldn't do this without my team, and of course the full support of the U.S. military There's going to be lots of, you know, high fives when we get the capsule back in, and I'm so happy that the crew's doing well, Orion's doing well, and, you know, thank you for, you know, for everybody watching.
Yeah, it was great to watch the crew come back to the ship with you. How were you feeling when you were seeing them looking so happy to be home and feeling really good?
You know, the funny thing is that we had videos.
I like how our
from
patch says
inside
Amtrak, even though it means something else.
Orion vehicle. They were like that from the beginning. When we opened the hatch, they were already out of their seats.
All right, Celadring,
Waiting
have
for
a
us
good
to
night's
open
sleep.
the hatch, and
Thanks
they
for hanging
opened
out
the
with
hatch,
us.
And of course, we did the first medical assessment. Everybody was doing very well, and they were just having such a great time.
Right in the
with
Nubis.
the
It's like,
medical team that was inside the capsule. I think they were all taking selfies with you know, the phones that they have. Probably talking about what they saw, and it was just smiles all around. They were having such a great time, and then we put them on the front porch when we were ready to put them on the front porch, and again you could see they were just so ecstatic to be home and talking to everybody. So we were very happy to see all of that in the control room of the LFOC.
How remarkable is that? Again, if we think about their journey, the 695,000-mile journey around the moon and back, coming back at 30 times faster than the speed of sound. I mean, how remarkable is that they are in such good spirits?
I mean, this is an amazing crew. I think you guys have seen it for the past 10 days. They're wonderful people, and we're so happy that they brought us along on that ride. And I can't wait to see all the additional videos and pictures that they have that, you know, we'll get a hold of now that they're back on the ground. And I can't wait to hear how, you know, a little more than what we saw on the press briefings from the crew about what they saw. It's just fantastic. You know, some of my favorite people around this 10 days was the science team and how excited they were. And so this is exactly how we feel.
yeah, the science team is like, whoa.
When the science team went, oh my goodness, when they heard all the discussions about the moon, this is exactly how we feel now in the landing recovery team. We're so ecstatic.
Yeah.
Again, we have to recover the capsule. I want to make sure we don't forget about our Orion.
Lily's all about business. She's thinking about what's next. But yeah, speaking of these 10 days, I mean, we have been along for the journey with them, live with them 24/7 for 10 days, and just really seeing the engagement that we've gotten from around the world. What do you hope people take away from this mission?
I think that's fantastic. So, you know, my story was that I went to the Kennedy Space Center. I was born in Colombia. I was 10 years old when we moved to the United States, but when I was 7, my family took me to the visitor center, and that's when I learned about Apollo. And we went to the moon, and I learned about astronauts, and that story was what really fueled me to want to do STEM and want to be an astronaut. And I think that this Artemis program is going to do exactly what, you know, with girls, you know, my age back then is 7, young people right now, girls and even like young men, obviously. But we want to empower people to know that you can do this, right? If you want to come and work for NASA, if I did it, they can do it. And Artemis program is just going to inspire everybody, and I'm so happy about that.
Yeah.
Like Apollo inspired me.
Thank you so much, Lily. Really appreciate you being here. As you said, still a lot of work to do. 5 to 6 more hours to recover Orion that's still out in the water. So I'll let you get back to it. But you had beautiful words to say again. We hope that this inspires people. We hope that you come and join us at NASA and accomplish great things with us in the future. Back to you, Rob.
Awesome.
Thank you, Megan, and safe sailing out there in the Pacific. Here in Mission Control, it is now all quiet. The team of flight controllers and all their support personnel have left the room to enjoy the aftermath of a textbook touchdown by Integrity.
I'm kind of curious about the
Splashdown in
capsule
Pacific,
recovery.
Right on target to complete this historic flyby of the moon, the Artemis II mission. With that, we'll wrap up our coverage for the night and point you to a post-Splashdown news conference in 15 minutes at 9:35 p.m. Central Time.
Was the technical aspect of that and the engineering of...
Managers will discuss the return of the Integrity spacecraft and the completion of the Artemis II mission. With that, we'll wrap up our coverage
All right,
for
well,
this evening
I guess
and
that's it.
historic mission in the history books. This is Mission Control Houston.
Oh, no, let me get you back here. Or replay.
Deploy.
Not enough space coverage does replays.
Houston Integrity, Splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy Splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
It's like,
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central
it's like
Time,
instead of showing, you know,
7:07
the
p.m. Pacific
computer
Time.
simulation when you get out of camera range, it's like, just show us some replays of the good parts, or angles you didn't show during the takeoff. It's like, it's such a simple thing to do. Do it. Anyway, awesome. Alright. Yeah, it does a little bit. Alright, should we get back to the game? Yeah, GG's all around. That was amazing. There's the What was I doing? Oh yeah, he's gonna build a big tank to try to capture the exhaust of the furnace. Yeah, I'm not gonna be on too much longer. Got stuff to do tonight, but get some moon stuff done here. Yeah, now EJ can sleep for the next 12 days. Well, I bet he's super disappointed in not showing the capsule recovery. Well, one of the other feeds might. The continuous feed might be doing that. That's a big tanka. Alright, so I need insulate for this now. That was to try to feed nitrates to heat up something. Didn't quite work the way I was expecting. I need some insulated pipes. $14. Space gas station, Cosmic Crush. That's 65%. Meteor Munchies. Okay, that was the correct way. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, much more detail. And because you didn't have to interrupt, you know, the entire, oh, that even got worse. Like broadcast schedule of the network or anything. You can just have a NASA channel, just send it all the time. 46. 41 was the best. So it's up or down. Yeah, exactly. Better than NASA's, but yeah, still at that point, it's pretty hard to keep up, even with slow mode. Okay, that's the correct way. Well, no. How can that not be? Yeah, I think he peaked at something like 14,000 viewers at one point. Alright, you can talk to that. I needed some more. Oh, I can just pick these up. That's how we'll do it. Do you want to stick to the ground? Yeah. All 17 flew. Yep. Yeah, I just barely remember some of them. In fact, it's like I remember my grandfather used a reel-to-reel tape machine to record the audio from the television broadcast, because of course there's no way of recording the actual TV unless you like filmed it with film. Whoops. Yeah, make an actual kinescope. Alright, next time we make steel, we'll be able to grab all the exhaust. We need another tank and then the filter. Actually, I need to use a restroom, so I probably should get up and take a break anyway. Earthrise. I'll give you that view. Anyway, I'll be right back, and yeah, I'll get up and stretch a little bit, so we'll see what we can do there. Get some carbon dioxide. Oop, oop, oop. Alright, I'm back, but as I'm back, we're dropping frames again. Let me burp the Wi-Fi. Download is good. Uploaded. Okay, kind of kick loose. It's funny how doing the speed test can sometimes be the fix. Alright. Scooch, scooch. Right, so now I need the atmospherics. Thank you. Fermenter, yeah, we can make alcohol now, that's right. Filtration. Alright, what do we need to build this puppy? Two pipes. Screwdriver and cables. Probably need more things, but no, I got steel with me. I don't think that's part of it though. We'll find out. No, that was it. Alright, now nice carbon dioxide filters. Alright, so that'll be carbon dioxide filter. Oh yeah, I need another tank. And then the waste goes back in. And then we need our carbon dioxide tank, and then I need a way of cooling it down. May just do heat exchanger and a I don't think we have to worry about, oh, I got full power. Hydrogen freeze or liquefying in the pipes on the moon, because there's only a certain temperature that the gases will go down, or a radiator will go down to, depending on a vacuum. Thing will go down to minus 186. As long as we keep the pressure. Oh yeah, I don't have them hooked up to an automatic thing. So yeah, so 186 is as low as it will go. So as long as we keep the pressure below pure ice liquid hydrogen. What? What does that mean? Yeah, so since we can only go down to 186, we can't liquefy the hydrogen by leaving it in the pipe with the radiators. So yeah, we can use a heat exchanger with hydrogen in the just a passive heat exchanger to bring the temperature of the CO2 down to 20. Oh yeah, I need a tank. Need a tank. Hard to keep it, yeah. Yeah, that, I remember that. My Europa playthrough. More silicon. Alright, this can just be a regular tank though, just single. But what I need, how much? I need too many more pipes. We'll throw a few more out here.
Power low.
Mile their target area, nice. Yeah, for Apollo, I'm not sure how far, I can't remember how far they stood off the aircraft carrier. Because, you know, like, they had pretty good calculations, but they didn't have exact calculations. Alright, so I need a... Electronics-wise, I need... I see 10 stuff. Oh yeah, I need to bring the computer in. I should be shirt sleeving this area anyway. What was it? So we need a heat exchanger. Small direct heat exchanger. I need radiators. Pipe radiators. We'll go with 4. And 0.4%, very good. Don't need that. Yeah, I do need better lights that shine into these cabinets. Do need... I think there's one downstairs, a pipe utility. Nothing I need in here. Nothing there. Oh, there's one. To feed the gas. Well, let me put together what I have and I'll see what I'm missing. We'll go reset. Pumpkins have seeds? Not yet. Oxygen. Waste. I need to put one of these in the other room. Well, we're trying to get larger quantities of carbon dioxide is the goal. I now need to eat and drink. We're up to 109 kilopascals in here, so pressure is actually a little higher than I want. Alright, so our carbon dioxide tank. Put there. Yeah, we'll probably siphon that off into a when it's below a certain temperature, then we can pump it into another tank that's permanently at 20 degrees. Because this one will go up and down as we pump it out from a hot tank. Let me put down the heat exchanger, so that just needs input and output. That can be right. Yeah, that's fine. Oops. Alright, and then you. Alright, Mr. Coleman, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. I want a regular... Oh, I never called that guy. I still have time? Nope. Astro alloy, so the 3x3 alloy guy, how? I think I can only buy like steel and the first grade alloys in the 3x3 guy, not the expensive stuff. Yeah, you can see why it takes 5 of these to make a big one. Just want to confirm. Okay, I do have one of these. Alright, yeah, so I can buy steel and then the other 4. I'll buy a box of muffins, ship repair pack, cake, box of chocolates, or just plain old ore. I might sell some of that. Might do our first mining expedition into the mountain, get some stuff. Do it this way. Let's do this. Let's put this. Now we can do it here too. Let me do these. Yeah, let me do that there. It's all the same pipe system. And then we'll do this here. And put the hydrogen in there. And then we do the it's not my hand. Radiators. No, I do need one more because alright, and then oh, that's how I have to do it. I have to put valves in. I can close it off. That was the problem, is freezing the carbon dioxide. No, it shouldn't freeze. No. Yeah, freezing the carbon dioxide. That was the issue. So this side I don't have to worry about freezing, but the carbon dioxide, I need to have a valve to shut it off, keep it from cooling anymore. Let me go ahead and get the CO or the hydrogen. Because this can stay part can stay the same. Get a couple loads of this. Alright, so that can do its thing, but this now has to be... needs a whole thing. Andrew. I need to stand it off. I need an electronic valve. And then I need to pump out CO2 after we hit the temperature. So the electronic valve will go there. Hydrogen can just go straight in. And then we need to have a pump. No, I need more space. I need a place to put the wire in there. And I still need to do that. And I need to bring the computer in. Screwdriver. Oh, it takes it apart and puts it together. Interesting. Alright, let me recover these cables. I could certainly simplify things by attaching this one to that circuit and this to that circuit. Alright, so I need an electronic pump and a pump and a valve. So we need to close the, when we hit our target temperature, we need to close the valve and then pump out the carbon dioxide from here so it doesn't freeze in the pipes. Then we need to program that, so we need to put the computer upstairs. Alright, Anubis, have a good night. Sleep tight. Sorry, probably missed you. I wasn't paying attention. So pump. Oh yeah, computer. Yeah, over here seems reasonable. Don't know if I was planning anything else here or not, but housing. Cable. Bingo. Alright, so I had a script for cooling carbon dioxide down on Europa, or is it somewhere else? Yeah. Oh, library. So CO2 cooling. Yeah, that one I could just use the atmosphere, but on your computer, there we go. Oh, I know what I did there. I know. Okay. I can... No, I just need to put the valve on the hydrogen side. Because then we're cutting it off from... The hydrogen will heat up in that one small pipe portion. rather than the carbon dioxide continuing to cool down. That's all I need to do. Right. Simplified. Simplifies things a lot. Just have to know which Alright, so CO2 tank D0, D1 20 degrees, set for 20 degrees. Valve close. Otherwise valve open. Did I even get a valve? I don't think I even made a valve. Digital valve.
Power low.
Looks a lot like the volume pump. Yeah, this should do the trick. Need a chip. Electrum and solder. Go to bed. Alright, then we'll have a good night's sleep. Thanks for hanging out. Export. Oh yeah, I need the housing. Alright, now I think I have what I need. Let's shut down some stuff, because next thing I need to do is upgrade power a bit. Alright, so my assumptions here were wrong. I need to... That is fine. Need the digital valve on that one. Oh, there we go. Now I can get it kind of the way I want. Okay, yeah, where I can see the control from the top. There we go. Yeah, all this is part of this circuit. That's something I can control manually for now. IC housing. Alright, let's run this way. Later on we can automate carbon dioxide removal as well, but oh, I didn't grab the chip. I didn't grab the chip. But we need to go we'll go make some steel and then capture that exhaust gas and then etc, etc. The chip, the last thing I need. Because it has its own pump. Lots of volume there. This should be at minus 186. 181. Let me go to chip, reset, then we'll go mining. I'll start trying to use my mining glasses. Go with a nuclear battery in them since they go. And the mining drill. It's 96%. That'll last forever. Arc welder. Still 96%. Yeah, let me go reset. Go get the chip. Oh, we also might have the pumpkin seeds. Yes we do. Nice. Alright. Not now, but later we'll make the pumpkin soup. Or whatever it is that... Oh wow, I get all the way down to red. Need more power. All these are all... Oh yeah, and we'll get some ore for this guy. He wants, yeah, the basic ores. Did I get the chip? No, I haven't picked up the chip yet. Alright, we'll go through there, then we'll go out the mining bit, and then we'll see what there is to find there. Like a big old tunnel. Chip. I don't need some of this other stuff. Set flatten. That's the first thing I want to do. Alright, straight out from here. Dig a big old mining shaft. Straight. It's perfect. We'll widen that a little bit and make that our left edge and right edge. Going under the mountain here. Alright, how far did I get? Quite a ways. Alright, now let's use the glasses. Okay, there is stuff below us. Nothing in front of us, though. Bunch of iron. Is that iron? No, it's gold. I want this to be quite long. Okay, there's some stuff starting to show kind of in front of us. Voltals. Maybe if I see stuff that way. Now do a side tunnel. Yeah, do that. For a little while, and then we'll go dig something up. Alright, that stopped digging. Need more explosives? Yep, just keep. Alright, why did that? I think it thinks this is the new level. Stuff below us, stuff to the left, gold above, voltals above. Yeah, let me go that way. Alright, if I turn off. Oh, there we go. It's weird. Silicon. Can't quite remember the colors because I don't use these glasses that often. This would be a wild tunnel. Oh, okay, that's iron. That's one of the things I want. Perfect. You want to make a batch of steel. Silicon. Now we need more of that too. Oh, there's a big batch of iron. It's weird, this double view. Coal, we need coal. This double vision thing is weird. Definitely will have to use the jetpack in a lot of cases because I'll be digging in such a way that won't let me right next to a whole bunch more iron. Alright. Perfect. And more coal. Yeah, we'll make a quadruple batch. And there, oh, uranium. There we go. You have to dig down for the uranium. Dig up so then we can dig down to get the rest of it. You'll have to make a quadruple batch and then we'll sell the rest. Alright, let me settle these guys in. Quintuple batch. 1,000 steel? That's not unreasonable. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and get some gold. That's uranium. Silicon. Alright, this glasses mining is fun. It's like, there it is, I don't have to guess. It's right there. Why didn't you guys tell me about this? Nitrice. Okay, but now how to get out of here. Which way did I come from? volatiles and the flare. All right. Like away from wherever the stuff isn't. Is that where I was at? Up here? No. Ooh, there we go. There's a there's a gap it might be. Then there we are. We're back. Hey Pock, welcome. And only use 6% of the glasses with the nuclear battery. Were you just watching it too? Nice. Yeah, we watched the Splashdown. A lot of fun. Alright, so that'll be a effective mine. Once we get in far enough, there'll be stuff all around us that we can get to. Alright, I need to... And then my other backpack has enough. Yeah, we have enough volatiles. I'll light that puppy up. Let's sell some stuff to the trader. Yeah, I'll sell one. Sell everything that's not locked down. Then we'll do a quadruple batch. Reposition, yeah. Because I have it tilted just a little bit so it digs in a little bit instead of belly flopping. But yeah, I'm not surprised at how high it rode out of the water. Alright, 88. And then we'll sell this bit of iron. And we'll call it good. Alright, I think I'll also back up to 1,000 again.
Power low.
That definitely is another battery. Alright, nighttime, so I can do this without. So we'll do 6 and 12. Kaboom. Pumps off, right? Yes. All right, excellent. So, I'll throw the rest of the coal in. Alright, how much did that cool everything down? Oh, it's over 1,000. 42 megapascals. Okay, this thing's probably screaming in the vacuum there. Alright, let's pump it out. Holy cow, that's fast. Alright, what do we got in there? Uh, 3 kilomoles of carbon dioxide, 3 moles of oxygen, 36 moles of water, 2 kilomoles of pollutants, 700 Celsius. That's still emptying out. But now what we can do is we can put the chip in there. Alright, so I think 1 is the tank. Oh, I need to hook up the data port to the tank as well. Where is the data port to the tank? They not have data ports anymore? Does not appear so. Okay, so we gotta put a pipe. Huh. Oh. I need to put a pipe analyzer on. Yeah, since they're essentially part of the pipe network now. easy enough to do. Oh, sorry, I might have been muted. That was amazing. Thank you for the lurk. It was a lot of fun watching that event. Yeah, barely registering there. But that's doing well. That is off. I think it lost a little temperature because it heated up the hydrogen cooled down. That's why it's below the 701. But anyway, while you're working, I can go get the pipe analyzer. Sender electronics. Pipe, nope. Some electrum. I need a separate stacker so I can destack these big things of steel. Because I want to get to the point where I'm not taking stuff out, moving between machines, and just put in like a new stack of 100 whenever I need it. That way, yeah, I don't have to deal with that anymore. We'll put it that way. That. Alright, that's part of the circuit. Pressure, temperature. %, carbon dioxide. Alright, let me... So that's in place of the tank. It doesn't change anything because we can put... But I just need to confirm that that's tank. And the other is the valve on the programming. Pretty sure. Yeah, tank is D1, valve, or D0, valve is D1. Alright, screwdriver. Digital valves number 2. Pipe analyzer number 1. Alright. Okay, there it is. Just a 10-second wait. Alright, so now all this should be cooling down. It'll take a while, because it's not... Plus we're still pumping in hot carbon dioxide at the same time, so... Yeah, it can do its thing. But yeah, it's just keeping the valve open. And here... Yeah, we've only gotten half a kilomole out of there. And I realized you were so slow. So that'll do its thing for quite a while until we get some nice carbon dioxide down 20 degrees. This could probably go off now. Yep. Excellent. Let me reset. Oh yeah, I got all kinds of cables I can recover here. Alright, gonna clean that up. Might as well do it right. Perfect. Bring that small battery charger inside. Alright, reset. Then I should take a break. First things first.
Anti-critical.
Oops.
Hydration critical.
Good thing I'm about to take care of it. What's the status on my liquid here? Still 50 liters. We have the seeds. Not really ready to do all the stuff with that yet. So we'll sit here and contemplate. Well, I take a stretch break. Be right back, guys. And then we'll, stream won't be too much more longer after this, but, so be right back. Boop, boop, and boop. Alright, I'm back, everybody. Thanks so much for waiting, hanging out. Alright. So we complete... Did we complete the carbon dioxide project? I think so. A reset. Don't walk out the airlock without the suit. Now we just need to... No, I need one more tank. Because what we want is to transfer, when we finally cool it down, we want to transfer it to a tank that stays at 20 degrees. Without being shock heated by pumping in more carbon dioxide from the exhaust tank. Temperature is going down as pressure is going up. So this is acting faster than the heat from these coming in. So that's a good sign. We still got... So we gotta get down to 293. So we still got like 200... No, 293 Kelvin. Oh yeah, we're at 520 degrees Celsius. Yeah, we still have to go down 500 degrees, so that'll take a while. But we're up to 1 megapascal, 900 moles. So about a third of the carbon dioxide is out of there now. Nice. So we'll have to have separators for other things as well, but carbon dioxide is the one we need. So yeah, what I can do is since this is the carbon dioxide, and yeah, we can put the pump on this end and then a tank on that end. We'll eventually make a utility floor down here for, you know, atmospheric needs, power needs, all that fun stuff. So we have oxygen already going up here. We need nitrogen. We'll need carbon dioxide. Temperature has gone up in here. 38 Celsius. Alright, we need a thermostat in here. I think I had one for that multi-wall cooler. Oh no, but that was only with... Okay, that one cared about the outside temperature because Vulcan had to... could only do it at night. Well, I can adapt it. Multi-wall coolers. General. So don't need to worry about that. So that line can go away. And do 0. So we need a sensor. Don't need the outside check. Main thing is the hash. Temp check. Green wall. It's weird names. Oh. Speaking of hot. Oh yeah, I should totally take off my suit. Moon cheese is melting, yeah. Okay, we got down to 33 already, so 5 degrees. Yeah. Wall coolers more. Oh yeah, it's like, did it go away? No, it just went behind the earth. I think that's the earth there. There it is. Hot, hot, hot. Hot potato. Oh, I like the reflection. Because the reflections, see-through walls. So you can see the sun reflected even though it's not directly hitting that. Anyway, what was I gonna check? Oh, we need the gas sensor. That's what I need. Sensor. Oh, that wire cable goes up. More. Was only going Forward and back. That's weird. It means it can only go forward and back. I have no idea why that. Oh, I think power. Oh no, these are up there. That is. Oh, that's pipes. That's not the wire. That's the pipe. The wire runs up there and then comes in these from above. So that's the way I need to do it. There we go. Main room gas sensor. Oh no, I do not want this right next to all these guys. That's right. Because that way they'll be responding to the cool air right next to them anyway. I need it over. Yeah, opposite side of the room should be good. Even closer to the crops. My helmet rolled down the... I think it did. Yeah, it did indeed. Alright, so now that's where I'm gonna need to go look for it. Yeah, I'll put it over here. Far enough away it won't be affected by the wall coolers. Alright, now we can name it. Main room gas sensor. Let's change the hash. I just scroll down to get that, the last setting or last entries. Alright, so now we get back in here. Hash, wall cooler, but gas sensor main. I'll turn on all three. Alright, so now I gotta look at look at my logic again, because it messed with some things. Trying to think of the logic. I just watched Cows Are Evil. He explained a couple things. He explained this basic type of thing to keep it between, but his it was like this, but it was much simpler. It was like full set. But this will work. So inside gas D1. D1 really even never comes into it. Cool wall. Because we address them directly. So load R1 with inside gas temperature. If it's greater than 25, turn it on. It's less than 20, turn it off. Cool on. Move R2 to 1, that's on, that's off. Jump to cool set, there's where we do the hash. And turn the on off switch to with everyone there, then we jump back and check again. Yes. Alright, so that will be multi-wall cooler general. Confirm. Alright, now we need an IC housing and a chip. What am I seeing there? It's a ghost of the wall cooler, but displaced down. This one that's on this side. Oh, kind of a shadow? Oh yeah, kind of a shadow, but not quite a shadow. Okay. Weird. Yeah, I see, and housing. I didn't leave that on, did I? No. I've been hearing its annoying hum. But I can export this. Oh, what I need now is a console to tell me the temperature. Do I have power up there? That's only for the airlock though. I'm just trying to think of a place to put stuff like this without having it be in the way. Can't be there. Yeah, we'll put displays along that wall. The ceiling? Honestly, that's not a bad idea. Alright, so first one is gas temperature sensor. Second one is wall cooler. Sure. I don't know. Alright, oh, we're down to 10 Celsius. Should turn them off in 10 seconds. Alright, why aren't you turning them off? That shouldn't matter. All right. It was less than 293, so cool off. R2 to 0 hash gas sensor. Did I actually type that? No wonder it's broken. Or let me turn them on again. And just see it turn them off. After about 10 seconds. Housing has 2 variations. Oh, that's right, they do have. I didn't scroll, so. And turn off. And turn off. And turn off. Yeah, that's a red. Oh, probably main room gas sensor. Is that thing hooked up to the? These wires come from there. Comes from the same wire that goes that way. It sees the sensor. Main room gas sensor. E0. But why is it red? Okay, that's green, and that's green, alright. So in 10 seconds these should turn off. Down to 4 degrees Celsius. Maybe you gotta double check the hash. Wall cooler main, wall cooler main. Hash wall cooler main. Temperature 276. Paste. That number still matches. Cool off set to 0. Inside gas temperature. All right, what is your deal? Wall cooler main. I mean, it doesn't matter because we're doing it directly.
Temperature low.
Oh, suit back on. Yeah, I did export. Try it again. Oh, maybe the... Oh, got the wrong one. 319. Yeah, I probably didn't save the new... IC housing... program. Alright, now let's pick the right one. Export. Yeah, if it's on the same circuit, yeah, you can just stick it in there. Main room gas sensor. Unrecognized function at line 20. Oh, I left the hash in there. Alright, we'll just do this the easy way though. Cooler. Edit. Confirm. Export. There we go. Now in 10 seconds these should turn off. There we go. Got it. Now make sure to save this. The library, the corrected version. Very cool, pun intended, yep. Alright, that's a little bit of maintenance out of the way. Let me put up a console with the temperature. And see like lands. Probably up here. Yeah, let's bring some cabling up here. Yeah, let me make some cable. Yeah, we'll run around the outside there. With a console just to tell me the temperature. I need a drink. Yeah, need a bunch of cables. We'll let that run while I just go reset real fast. Praise the sun, it worked. Like all kinds of little stupid errors that made it not work. Now we need to move a lot of this stuff back over to the other place. So we need to run water pipe, nitrogen pipe, carbon dioxide pipe. Should probably create a pathway for all that stuff. A utility corridor or something. Yeah, I have an idea for that. I have an idea for that. Let me look up pumpkin soup real fast. Soup. Alright, 2 pumpkin from cooked pumpkin. So we'll get 9 over there. I will plant 5. But 4 left. Alright, let's go ahead and cook that while we're here. So we'll take the seeds. Save the seeds. Oh no, we don't have to replant with pumpkin. That's the good thing about that. So we have 9. Plant 2 more, get a bunch of seeds. Alright, we'll have a spare cooked pumpkin. Switching too fast. Pre-switched. I don't have to. Just have to click twice. Pumpkin soup. Should take that with me. I mean, at least eat in the other location. Alright, got some food. And then see how much this gives us. Gives 10 units. Oh, but now we can't. Now we can't overdrink. So I just give a little. Actually, it should be that one there. So it does just doing a smidge of the. Nope, not enough to overcome the plain food. Anyway, we are reset. We have more pumpkins growing. But we eventually want to move everything over to the other place. Excellent. Yeah, batteries get used. It's not really a matter of the solar panels. It's like we're filling up these every day. It's just at night we're depleting them pretty well as well. And over here we are down to 325 moles of carbon dioxide compared to wrong pipe. 2.7 kilomoles. Temperature is only 300 Celsius now instead of 500. Only. I think let's go ahead and turn this one off. Cool down that batch, and then like I said, we can then pump it into a separate one that'll stay at 20 degrees. Cosmo Crop Connect. Gonna forget by the time he's done with it. But anyway, yeah, I want a utility corridor. We can run a bunch of stuff to underground area over here. That way I can run a heavy cable over here and have our transformers mostly over here, or at least all the transformers we need for this building over here. Yeah, I think we run it just through here, over. Alright, so I want, yeah, we'll just do floor grading. Oh, or forget. I told you I was gonna forget. Cosmo Crop Connect. Are the same seeds I see all the time. I think I need this, at least the 7x7 to get the other type of fern. It's more efficient. Yep, regular ferns, mushroom, corn, potato, pumpkin, rice, soybeans, switchgrass, tomato, wheat, sugarcane, cocoa, and strawberry. We even have blueberry. He doesn't have blueberry. Okay, he wants... See? We can start selling carbon dioxide. Then the fuel mixture. So if we had these, we could get 210 and 200, so we get 400 out of this guy. I'll take sugar cane, please. Yes. So yeah, we don't need. I was just curious. And ordering organics. So let's send him away. I think the other guy is the equivalent of this. Just yep, completely drained that battery. Down to 310. It's for your coffee. And galactic growers. Well, they really want to sell me seeds right now. Rubbish collection. Stack of 25 decayed foods. Okay, we can... Chocolate bars. Cake, milk and cheese. And eggs. And he wants cardboard boxes, tin cans, chip repair package, consumables. The usual thing we do. Not really desperate for money at the moment. I should like pre-prep like half a dozen of those just to have ready to go. Alright, you may leave. Tell them to leave. Just making sure I don't have anything in here that... And then I captured, what, some carbon dioxide in here? It's like, which gas did I buy? No, pollutant. More plebs, yep. Now it just turns Stationeers into a factory game. In a way you can. It's like, with the scripting, you can get the automation going. Pretty good. Alright, will we fully recharge? Floor grates. Yeah, because I want to be able to run utilities over here. Once I can do that, we can start doing stuff. Like underneath, we also want to make the... Well, I'm not sure about underneath my base. But liquid nitrogen for the cryopod. Okay, I might reserve this space for a corridor into another room. It's fine. Yeah, I'm very wary of liquid nitrogen. After on Vulcan, a liquid nitrogen canister blew up and made a crater, I think, bigger than that crater. Oopsie, yep. First it blew up my own base. I did save scum on that one. Because what I did is in the initial package, I unpackaged everything, but I also took out the liquid nitrogen from its insulated container. And so it was sitting in my main room in the shelf for like days and days. Dino with the resub, big bada boom that one was, yep, you remember. Bang bang. And the hype and love. The one I didn't save scum from, because it's like, I was able, you know, I did have this stuff to recover, was I accidentally wrenched open one of the frames, exposed the atmosphere, so the oxygen and the volatiles in the atmosphere mixed. Didn't quite mean to use all the copper, but you can't have too many cables. Alright, another administrative thing I want to do is I want a stacker, a hopper stacker combo, so I can split up stuff like these steel ingots without having to dump. Plus I can combine stuff like the soy oil. So, a stacker. Good job, Artemis II floss. Yes, it was. That was amazing. We watched the splashdown. Alright, so that can just go. Yeah, it's like that was always, it's always the nerve-wracking bit. When they first got that first stream of data, even before they could talk to them, it's like, whew. All 10 days of it, wow, okay, yeah. Yeah. Honestly, if I put this here... Loader. Unloader. That's what I want. This is what I want. Roll on Artemis 3 and beyond, yep. Yeah, I think after this one, I think it may be easier, quite easier to get some funding for the rest of it. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Is okay. I need that at some point. Need those landers now? Yep. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the delays in the SLS part really don't make a difference if the landers were never ready in the first place. Okay, so shoot. Get a couple of these. This is what I need in here. Corner. Valve. Overflow. Inset. Inlet. That's what I want, right? Dude. Okay, that took two of them. Now, I'm not sure about my ability to actually be able to put stuff in here. Come on, give me the one I want. Before I forget, let's Alright, can I put... Yes, you can't put it in directly. Oh no, oh, there we go. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. That's... okay, there we go. Now we can break this all up. So now I can make big batches and then split them up and then only feed them to the machine when the machine needs it. 29 steel. You have 28, let's give you that. So these are all nice hundreds. Perfect, that's exactly what I want. Alright, so that plus that will be in my way, so I won't keep trying to walk through this window. I totally should have been out. No, I can't be out of my suit yet. Is it over? No, it's over at 0. Okay. So now... Bonk. Floors? We'll make a walkway over from there, underground, under here. Only stacks of 10? Let's see what we can do with that. Two more. Hey, Hildebrand, welcome. Alright, I want flatten on this. Alright, now we need everything under here at this level. It's going to be our utility basement, essentially. I need to make some canisters so I can capture some of this. So I can manipulate the terrain. Alright, good enough for now. Moon dust, yeah, don't breathe the moon dust. Okay, from that level I naturally walk up onto this grating. Now, do I want to put down frames? Let me think about that. Now what I want to do is I want walls.
Hydration critical.
I want to get a drink. That's what I want. What is that? What I really want? Slurp. Oh yeah, I could use my stacker to combine those things of oil. I have a half dozen flat from when I started, and then 10 rotating. And so far that has been enough power. Usually fully blue by the time the sun sets, and then we lose one of the 3 main batteries by the time morning comes. Solar Storm, I can't remember. It was quite a bit. I'll have to check it, because it was a lot, because we had a couple storms where we just had one a couple days ago, so we won't have one for a while. But when it was directly overhead, yeah, it was a lot. $1,500? $1,700? Something like that. Yeah, now they've upped them, so it was like 500 on the moon if you got them pointed. Now it's like yeah, 700 or 800. I think these were at 750 at noontime. The storm, it was, yeah, like 3 times as much. Yeah, see, that's what we have at daybreak. I think it's mostly that right now running the power. Well, then the lights, we have more lights. I usually leave my machines on. I should probably run another 10 of these. Alright, temperature wise, down to 200 degrees Celsius. Alright, the idea here is that we run this as a utilities corridor. Let me get a bunch of walls. Lights still, yeah, lights still need a nuclear reactor. Keep the lights on. Do I have walls in here? Iron walls. Nah, we can make a bunch of steel walls. And I gotta remember that I can take off my suit. This should be enough to kind of get the idea of what I want to do here. I left a little space in the airlock here for a suit dock. I'm ready for that. Doesn't matter what kind. I'm gonna kind of use these as more like frames. Um, and then, so we have already, it's noon and they're already blue. Definitely more batteries. So it's not a matter of solar panels, it's a matter of more batteries to last better through the night. Oh, and how much are we getting? 712, just past noon on these. 750. Yeah, so 750 when they're perfectly aligned. Perfect. Now the question is, do I want to put these on top? And do I need them all the way? Because I just want something that makes it look like the pipes are not floating. No, I just want a utility corridor. I'll clean this mess up in a bit, but yeah, let me get... So let's run some heavy cable. What's about here? Yeah, let's run that down the middle. Then we'll put the other pipes around it. And if we want to run more, so we have 5 positions along the top, middle, left, or right, far right, left, and far left. And if we need extras, we can start running them across the walls. Yeah, I think that'll look pretty cool. So many of these. Allow glass since why not? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because the sun heats up the room, but not that much. Alright, got this partly there. Probably put support structures down. Alright, but I need a bunch of heavy cables. Let's go ahead and run a batch of those. Probably need to do some mining for general products. I'm running low on copper and gold. So got 75 gold in there. Super heavy. Constantan and electrum. Don't need that yet. 74 will give me 100. Basically 150 heavy. I don't think I need that many yet. We'll let like 50 get built. So eventually be our greenhouse. Like I said, I think I'll put a hallway corridor in here leading to more like living quarters. I'll need a lot of pipes. So I need to get a whole big batch of silicon. Which got in there already? 14. So I can let this run out, which will give me 150 heavy cables. Which at some point I need. I'm thinking of going mining. It's gonna be pretty much everything. Iron, copper, gold, silicon. So, oh yeah, all the basics. Yeah, let me go get some. Let me go get some. Battery's fine, just need to set the mining. Just get a new battery. And let you run. We'll go into our deep mine. What's weird is you're more likely to miss it after you've uncovered it, because it won't show the box around the one you can see directly. Like, that's how I missed those two. We need copper and gold. No, that's nitrice. Alright, that is volatiles. We do need... Oh, good. Remember... Move stuff over. Got enough for 200 gold. 200 iron. That copper. Cobalt. That's oxygen. So the nitrogen and the oxygen are almost the same color. There's copper. See you. I see you, see you. Yoink. Nitrate, alright, silicon. That's coal. Silicon is white. What is that? Lead, okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and get some lead while lead us down to some other stuff. Yeah, there's some silicon. Interesting how strung out this lead vein is. And it keeps going. We have no idea how to get out of here. Silicon. All right, that's something we need. Yeah, just go up. Coal. What you need is a beacon you can see with these. Specifically, so you can set a waypoint. That's like this is the start of the mine. Go back here. But I just want to see where not to go. Yeah, it's like I don't want to pop up in the middle of my base. Alright, that's a pretty good haul of silicon. 200 each of everything seems about right. So copper is yellow but not bright as gold. That's more lead. More silicon. Nope. There's copper. H2O. Not object if we end up with more more water. Man, how far down have we come? That's it's still a long way down. I've mostly been going down. So we got 300 copper, 200 silicon, 200 gold, 200 lead for later. What's the red stuff? Nickel. Will not hurt to get nickel. Yeah. Journey to the center of the moon. I like how stringy the more rare items are. And if we need more room, we got that one too. And then there was the other strand of nickel going. You get a lot each time, that's for sure. Per node. Alright, now we want one more batch of iron. Get to the top first. Easier to come from the top down to the bottom than trying to work your way up. When you no longer have a floor. Almost overdid it. Alright, that is fun. It's everywhere. Everything is everywhere. Now, how high do I have to go up? Yeah. There's cobalt. Alright, so best way to do this. I do want to get a survey here. Because I can know which way to not go. And I kind of want to avoid the nodes now so I don't mine up more. But we're going to move to the next scanner here. Minus 1200, we're like right under the base right now. Not right under, but still pretty darn close. If I make 1200 that way, my 700 that way. So what I want to do is I want to go positive Z. If I go that way, I will generally miss my base and come up in the middle of the plateau. How deep was I? 137. Back down real fast. If I got down to 106, I never note what the surface measurement is. But we got down to 100. There's still stuff up there. Yeah, exactly. Using X-ray band. I generally want to go 90 degrees. Okay, it looks like we're near the surface. Nope, there's still more above me. Holy moly. Alright, so I don't need this glasses on it. Only use 15% with the nuclear battery. Oh, there's one of my markers. So the base should be that way. We're only so 260, so we came up 160. Okay, it's generally going that way. Okay, that's oh, I know where I am. We're at the top of the valley there. Wall hex. It's weird how it's like, oh yeah, I know where I am now. What we'll do is we'll smelt all of this except for the lead. And nickel. And cobalt. I'll keep that. Keep those ingredients in here. So any special ingredients we'll keep in here. I didn't run into silver, although I wasn't looking for it. AG. There's 3 nickels. 5 leads. Cobalt. Keep the partial. Keep the partial nickel. Keep the partial lead. Keep the partial of those in here. The other backpack. Partial lead. 50, 50. Actually, I think what we'll do is we'll save that for a batch of solder.
Power low.
We'll smelt everything else. Yeah, makes sense. Alright, a reset. Slurp. Slurp. Nice. Yeah, mixed conversation. Yeah, and draw a happy face on it. Wilson! Alright, so silicon's the hottest, then iron, then copper, then gold. Just made a bunch of steel, so that'll give us the main doohickeys. Alright, we are emptied out. It's nighttime. Not doing too much. Let's do 10 and 5. No, we got 8 here. Let's try 8. And 4. See how far that takes us. Silicon's the hottest. Don't put any more in. We'll go ahead and put the partials in as well. Green. Now the Iron. $363 grams of iron. Copper. How hot are we still? Still over 1,000 Kelvin. $321 copper. And finally 204 gold. With some of the other ones, it'd probably be better to pre-smelt them. So that way the gases aren't cooling them down. The super alloys. Alright, very nice. Nothing else really to process. So let's go ahead and dump out the big tank. We are down to 92 Celsius in here. 2.7 kilomole. What do we have in these? So don't worry about oxygen. 6 kilomoles. 2.5 kilomoles. Nitrogen has 3 kilomoles. 6.76 kilomoles of methane. 650 moles of hydrogen, 82 moles of nitrates, whatever they are. Yeah, I can put some more grading to go in the ground there. Yep. See, it's like Won't be quite as tempted to walk into that anymore. Alright, lots and lots of heavy cables. Now we need to de-stack these guys. A little bit of 4. I'll throw those together into one. Hundred, and 100. $21. Put that in electronics. No, we'll need it there. And then the 100s for gold. Then we'll throw these gold into electronics. Alright, nice little reserve. Empty that out. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and call it here, guys. Be back tomorrow. I don't know with what. Maybe some Timberborn, maybe some Xenonauts. Yeah, things come along nicely. Yeah, I think that'll look much neater having that bring all the supplies over. Then once the pipes are all hooked up, then we can get the atmosphere right in here for growing crops and such. Anyway, that will do it. Thank you guys. That was fun. The Artemis mission, that's so amazing. Let's see who we can raid. Let's go ahead and keep it on Stationeers. I haven't had a chance to raid Avic for a while. Automating the automation. Luna. So he's on the moon as well. Met him at one of the Twitch cons. Can't remember which one though. He's in deep. Okay. Awesome. Okay, let's go say hello. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And also, I've been putting some old VODs and some of the newer VODs on YouTube. It's a mixture of old and new. Let's check those out. Anyway, have a great day, great weekend. Catch you later until then. Bye-bye. And la boop.